Hello everyone, Meteorologist Tuttle back with you again. It is about 6:30 here on your Tuesday evening. Been watching some storms down there in southwest Oklahoma. I had one of my storm chasers out there, Seth, keeping an eye on it. Had a nice wall cloud with it. He's seen a couple little tiny funnels earlier on as it's been developing. And so the Weather Service went ahead and issued a tornado warning for this one. So there hasn't been one touchdown yet. Trust me, there's plenty of storm chasers on it, but that's kind of starts the beginning of what's going to be kind of a busy evening out here for some of us in the state and elsewhere, surrounding regions. So again, thanks for liking and sharing this video with your friends and family. I'm going to post the link again here on the page for the main Facebook page. Let's go down here. Hit the refresh button, and then we'll get to the storm coverage here in just a second. So I'll make sure everybody can get the information they need. So in the comments section here, because I may end up doing a couple of different broadcasts tonight, in other words, live now, and then may end it here in a little bit. If the storm weakens, and I may come back on again. So if you hit this link I just posted in the Facebook comments section, you'll get notified directly from me whenever I go live next time, because I may be going off and on, and so you want to make sure you don't miss anything. So you are expecting some storms to come into the central Oklahoma region here over the next few hours. And of course, if you're watching on YouTube and Twitter, you can also get notifications there as well. When you do click on this, make sure you hit Manage Messages and then hit Keep My Updates. When you do that, it'll prompt you so that you'll be able to get notified the next time. So that's how the Facebook Messenger system works. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's get on with what's happening out there currently. Of course, we've got clouds off the distance here in Oklahoma City looking out to the west, so these are where we'll be focusing our attention here in the evening hours. But in the time being, we've got those storms out here in western and southwestern Oklahoma. And these, of course, are severe, and they have your typical garden variety hail, wind, and potential for a tornado here for this evening. So we have two of them right now. One is actually down across the Red River on into Texas. This will be heading into southwest Oklahoma momentarily, so we'll keep an eye on it. It should strengthen, but it's down here south of Vernon. It's already got a little hook on it there on the western side, so that may end up becoming tornadic here soon as it comes up toward Vernon and Davidson and possibly toward the Frederick area. So more on that one later. Meanwhile, there's this guy out here that we're watching. It's one over Carter. So this has been a pretty good hailstorm for a while. Also reports of some rotating wall clouds. So at first it was kind of slow, then it became a little quicker. So strong little rotation has been recorded within this particular storm. And so that's what we're going to focus on here for the course of the next few minutes or so. If we do zoom in, the details, by the way, let me do the wording on this. So the movement is to the northeast at 16 miles per hour. So just radar indicated rotation. The algorithms give a probability of hail at 80%. So like I said, it's kind of a hail maker within this one. And then the track itself, not really moving a whole lot right now. So the track is kind of where it's at. So for Carter in the vicinity and along the highways there, which we'll put some of those on the road on the map here for you and point those out as well. So alright, so that's State Highway 55 that runs east and west out of Carter, and it comes up along Highway 6 and then back down to Highway 34. So that's kind of the big broad interchange of where the storm is. Eventually be heading up toward Burns, Flat, Foss, and Elk City. Okay, so now the question is, how does the velocity, data, and all that look like? It was a left-moving supercell originally, and then it kind of redeveloped. So what we're looking at here in this region is where they have the strong rotation within the storm. So in other words, the blue right here and the red go away. You just basically get the center points, the center gates of that, and that's where you're going to have your area of rotation or your tornado. So that would be where the strong wall cloud is. And we can look at different levels up in the atmosphere. And right now, very strong in the lowest levels. Let's see, the mesocyclone continues on up to about, 11,000 feet. So healthy storm. Rotation center here, if we were to look at the streets on this, let's see, we're at North 2000 Road, and 1270 is where it is located. Now, it is not a tornado, it is just a wall cloud, and it's a little disorganized. Let's see here, so there has not been a touchdown, it's just a storm that could produce a tornado, so hence we're going to watch it for you. And the last scan has actually shown the velocity data to weaken a bit. So that's some good news. We'll see if that trend continues. I have a feeling it'll just kind of go up and down in intensity from scan to scan. I don't expect it to weaken. If anything, I'll expect it to hold its own and then kind of move forward. So we are east Beckham County, just to kind of get your bearings. And this is in southwest Oklahoma. We're west of Ouachita County and south of Elk City and south of Rapo. So there's I-40 running up to the north. So this will be crossing over I-40 here, giving it about the next, looks like, we can call it about 30 to 45 minutes. For example, let's look at a couple of towns here where the hail core is going over. So Canute is the only major town. That's at 7:18. So it kind of gives you an idea. We're looking at about 45 minutes or so. It does get close to Foss, though, after that. So this is where the action will be, and this is what we're going to kind of keep an eye on here for a few minutes. And I'm watching, so in addition to my chasers, I got the 3 TV stations on for their helicopter shots and their live field crews to see if I see any wall clouds or any funnels or any tornadoes. I kind of look up and down from there time to time. Guys on YouTube, by the way, thanks for joining me. Feel free to take advantage of that super chat feature if you'd like. And on Facebook, for the stars feature is really beneficial and helpful. Look at the probability of a tornado. It's gone up to 79% within this. Now, if you recall, on Sunday we used these research-based algorithms to see how well they worked at predicting a tornado. Unfortunately, we had a lot of non-tornado events with probability of a tornado into the upper 80s to upper 90s. And then we had some actual bona fide tornadoes when there was in the 50s. So it's kind of all over the place so far in its performance. So it's a guide. I certainly don't take as gospel yet, but it's definitely something to keep an eye on. Okay, so let's see here. It's changed in the velocity data. It's picked up a little bit more since the last scan, so it's kind of gone back and forth. Go upstairs a little bit. Okay. So the location of this now is on East Road 1260, and the intersection just east of that intersection is going to show up, 2000. So this is coming right up along Highway 6, so it's just about a mile west of Highway 6, and it'll probably cross just about a mile south of 55, or 6 and 55 crossover. Beckham County, East Road 1250, looks like where that's going to hit. Probability of tornadoes at 79%. So I got a lot of positive feedback from the last severe weather event we covered. A lot of people that were new to Oklahoma didn't really know what to expect. They flipped on the TV stations, freaked out, and then they put me on and then calmed right back down. So I appreciate that. That was a smart play. If you do find yourself getting worked up, they do provide value, but they will get your anxiety and your emotions going. So if it's a little too much for you, a little too heavy, come on back. I'll calm you back down, and we'll still keep you with the science, and we'll kind of tell you what's happening here. So looking up at the different views here, it looks like there is a nice little lowering that's coming a little closer to the ground, so it may end up here producing a tornado soon. I'm going to pull in different images here, so don't mind me, from different chasers. My friend Jeff, who was chasing yesterday, he ended up going into Kansas today, because there will be some tornadoes into Kansas this evening. So let's see. So for example, Seth, he posted this picture on his Facebook page a while ago. He said reception's horrible out there, so he's going to try to do a live stream if he can. But meanwhile, we'll look for his updates. And you can follow my storm chasers when they do go out. They don't always do it because it depends on where it's going to be in relation to where they live and maybe what they're busy doing at the time. But if you go to my website, aarontutleweather.com, and hit the live page, scroll up here. It just says live at the top, live stream. And then you'll be able to see my stream, and then you're going to be able to see their streams. If they are streaming, you can go to their individual Facebook pages or onto their YouTube.
Has reformed about 3 miles southeast of Carter.
All right, so that was Seth giving me an update here. Wall cloud reforming he said about 3 miles to the southeast of Carter. So he's looking at this section right here that we talked about, running right along Highway 6. So let me get back to him. All right, I've got it running right along Highway 6, coming up on Highway 55, that interchange. I'll pull in your Facebook page every now and then to see if there's another picture or a video if you can do stream. All right, so I'll be on the chatting with him off and on. Okay, let's see here.
Yes, sir. I am about 2 miles, probably about a mile west of the wall cloud.
Okay.
Yeah, roger that. I'll do my best.
All right. So again, this is a tornado out here in southwest Oklahoma. Tornado warning, I should say. We're just kind of waiting for it to drop out of the sky. It has intensified little by little, has had some wall cloud again and a couple little tiny funnels earlier on, but nothing has touched as of yet. Radar indicated moving to the north at about 22 miles per hour, so it's kind of changed its track just a hair. Let's see, expires at 7 o'clock. So what happens in these storms, they're going to move kind of north-northeast, and then once they produce a tornado, they're going to move more to an easterly fetch. Depends on how big the tornado is, how long it's on the ground, but that can sometimes make a storm move almost due east. So this will have an east to northeast component once that begins to happen. And that will change its track a little bit. So that's why when you look at storm tracks, sometimes a grain of salt when you're looking beyond, say, a 15-minute window. And these storm tracks usually go out to about an hour in most cases. So that kind of give you an idea that they can change a little bit. So if you live from Elk City to Foss, be advised the storm is heading in your direction. It can go either way depending on what happens here with rotation. And it can actually pass south of Foss if it ends up producing a pretty decent tornado here. But we'll watch it for you. So I will be switching back and forth to a lot of different radars and products. So just hang with me. You're going to see a lot of colors. And you're like, I don't know what those colors mean, but it doesn't look good. That's just me looking at everything, at what there is. And luckily we've got plenty of eyes on it for right now. Of course, we've got about 30 good minutes of daylight. And that's going to be about it. And then we're right back where we were yesterday. Rapidly rotating wall cloud at my location was the latest report, and that was right over that intersection where I said it would be. So that was what time was that? About 3 minutes ago. So it has now moved east of there. So it's east of the Highway 55 intersection, which the road changes. It's now called Beckham County U, and just east of North Road 2020. So that's where that one is. Let's see here. So there's State Highway 6, and the rotation center does this road show up? Some of these roads will show up and some won't. Just depends on if they're labeled in the database. Sometimes they have trouble getting labeled correctly. But it's near East Road 1250 and east of 6. It's about the closest I can get you. This little road here won't show up. BK 36 is what it's called, at least once you get north of a mile. It's got pretty good wind speeds associated with that. Inbound winds are on 80 miles per hour, outbound 50. So that's a very strong mesocyclone, just so you know. Probability of hail looks like it's still about 84%. Let's see. So it's still going to have some good hail with it. Matter of fact, let's check that out. Algorithms here says about 1 inch to 1.5 inches in diameter. So at least you're going to have about 1 inch size hail, approaching golf ball size, and that's pretty much standard. We'll keep this on. Let's see. Movement, like we said, is to the, let's see, 18 degrees. Let me do a little something here. Yeah, still no towns other than ones that are basically plotted on the map for you. Now that can be a good thing. All right, let's take a look at what I also like to do. The inbound wind is weakened in the last scan, and we're looking at about 4,000 feet. So what we're really tracking at this level of the atmosphere is the top end of where it could really track a tornado really well, but mainly it's tracking the healthy part of the mesocyclone where the storm spins aloft. The tornado is just a tube inside that overall broad circulation. So you have the parent circulation like this, and there's a little tornado forms in
rotating
it.
wall cloud, so persisting, kind of funnel cloud, probably about a quarter of the way coming down to the ground. Still a little high base, but it's been coming down gradually over the last 10 minutes. Once you get about 1 mile west of Highway 6 and about 3 or probably 5 miles north of Retrop.
Okay, so there you go. So there still is a little bit of a funnel trying to come out of the clouds, he said. So Seth's doing a great job, so thanks, Seth, for that. All right, let's see here. What else do we got? Ironically, it's funny to hear the reports because they're on the radar. It can look really sad as far as structure goes on wind speeds and velocity data, but yet you'll get a field report that says, I got a funnel now. So it's sometimes the radar's really good at kind of detecting it ahead of time and then during the time, and sometimes the radar has a tough time seeing it. It just depends on the structure, how big it is, all that kind of stuff. And if there's anything in its path, any other little thing can kind of mess up some of the data, provide a little noise, or some interference, or something like that that could kind of mask its detection. But typically tornadoes are very small, so for them to be detected by radar, they have to be pretty close. So the farther they get away, the more we actually end up looking more at the mesocyclone versus the actual tornado itself. Where that comes into play is like research radars, where they drive right up to it, and they are measuring the exact tornado speed. And if they do come close to a stationary Doppler radar within, say, 20 miles, 15 miles, 10 miles, you are definitely measuring the tornado itself because your beam is less than about 500 feet off the ground. So any wind speed you detect within that is definitely the tornado, because the mesocyclone is above that level. All right, let's see what we got here. Oh, so there was a little icon here, brief funnel cloud. So another chaser confirmed what Seth was seeing. Brief is what we like to hear, and funnel is what we like to hear.
Weather for right now, I should be in Clinton probably about 20-25 minutes roughly. So I'll be there right about the time that tornado warning cell should get there.
All right, let me answer him. Roger that. I'm on the air, and I can use your updates live whenever you have something of value to talk about. And I'll check for your stream. All right. So we're going to see if his stream is up yet. He was chasing out yesterday and got really close to that cell. So it was interesting yesterday. I asked my buddy Jeff, because he was right underneath it. Matter of fact, we pulled his video up at one point. Because he got engulfed in it. It ran over everybody. Luckily, what ran over him was the mesocyclone and the wall cloud that was basically really close to the ground. But what he said was, and this is what confirmed what I was seeing on radar last night. Let me get back up to the radar here. And let me get this picture right here up so I can look at it while I talk. So I can watch for intensity increase. What he was saying was that you had your parent circulation and you had little vorticities rotating, parent vorticities rotating around the outer edge of that circulation, then kind of rotating back in and then dissipating, kind of one after another. And they were very small. They only lasted like a minute. He said they'd kick up a lot of dust, and that was it. So technically they were tornadoes, but they weren't the apparent tornado within the actual center of the mesocyclone and the wall cloud. They were on the periphery of just kicking up vorticity that was just around in the atmosphere and twisting it and pulling it back in. It's a different process, and obviously a much weaker one. Now, one of those did, however, manage to curl back in toward Anadarko, and we covered that live last night. It was there for a couple of minutes on the southeast side of town, I believe, and that did some damage there, but then it was gone very quickly. So that's kind of the way it was last night. So far, we're looking at more of a true under the the place where it's supposed to be, and the structure is where it's supposed to be. So we'll see what happens here with time as these storms move to the northeast. Okay, so this stuff down here isn't the wind field you're going to want to see. That's just what we call side lobe contamination from the radar beam and the dish. So that's not anything there. And you might hear people point at that and say, you know, it's picking up, but that's not it, and that's not where it's located. So the actual location's back up in here a little bit, where you see this little start of a yellow track. All right, and that's pretty much underneath those two little icons. And I saw on a live shot a little tiny little funnel about like that, barely coming out of the clouds. So far so good. The track on this yellow line, and new update by the way, still takes it now to Foss. All right, so the actual tornado part of the storm is heading toward Foss. The latest on this from the Weather Service is northwestern Washita County, southwestern Custer, east central Beckham. Tornado warning in effect until 7:15, so about another 40 minutes. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado located 7 miles north of Retrop, moving northeast at 35. Tornado and ping pong ball size hail. Let's see, we've got Burns Flat, Dill City, Canute, Bessie, Foss Reservoir, and Stafford. Includes Interstate 40 between mile marker 44 and 62. So that is the latest on the warning from the National Weather Service. And let's see, so Foss is about 7:20 as far as this tornado arrival. And again, I'm in the south end of town. It might even completely miss you and head more toward an easterly fetch. So just kind of keep that in mind. We do expect that to happen at some point once it does touch down and becomes stronger. Let's see, Seth just sent me a message. Let's see what he said. Nothing. He pocket dialed me. Pocket dial on a storm chase. That's terrible. Okay, so let's do this. All right, we're still looking at State Highway 152 is running right along where this storm is, and that is on 2050. So the alert circulation center is at 2050 and Highway 152. And this is north or south of Canute and west of Dill City, southwest of Burns Flat, northwest of Sentinel. Kind of give you an idea of where this is at. I mean, if I back this way up, by the way, I want you to see how far away from Oklahoma City it is. Here's Oklahoma City way over here. So we're talking over an hour and a half drive away just to get in the vicinity. So you have to get all the way to Weatherford to see some action on I-40. And this is kind of heading toward the Weatherford area. It's actually going to head toward Clinton, looks like, if anything. But it could pass between Clinton and Weatherford if it starts to drop a tornado here. And that would take it over the Burns Flat region first and then Bessie. If it started to turn really hard to the right, then it would move over toward Dill City. But it's running out of time to do that, so more likely to be over Burns Flat. Okay, let's go back. Let's do this. Okay. So it's got a nice little lowering bowl on it. The wind, however, the cloud structure underneath it is very, very anemic, very slow. And so you would typically watch that spin up a little faster. It's like watching slow motion. Man, that allergies kicked up the last 2 days with this change in air mass. Had the old itchy throat going on here. Let's see. Now sometimes when a funnel dips out of the sky, a chaser will call it a tornado. And it's not a tornado until it actually touches down and hits the ground. Well, how can you tell? If there's a clear slot underneath it, you won't be able to visually see it or tell unless you see dust getting kicked up at the ground level. If you don't see dust, then you've got a funnel. So you have to see it kick up something to call it an official tornado. And as we get into the nighttime hours, you don't understand how difficult that is. So most people, when they see tornadoes at night, they see a wedge like this, right? And lightning flashes, and they call it a tornado. And as far as you know, it could still be a funnel, not even touch down. The only way you can tell is if that goes like this to
Okay,
this.
about 10 miles west of Dill City, right off Highway 152, State Highway 152. We got a large cone funnel about halfway to the ground. It's a lot larger than the last few times, but it is getting a lot larger and wrapping up quite a bit. Once again, 10 miles west of Dill City off of 152.
All right, Seth is on it. Probability of a tornado is at 90%, by the way. So we were looking roughly at North Road 2070 as his location of this funnel in 152. So the area of interest is right about, it's going to be right about here. All right, let's see what I got here on the inbound. There we go. Yeah, so just crossing over 152. Okay. Let me see if he's got a recent picture up or a stream. Hopefully he'll get into better cell phone coverage soon. So there's a picture of the wall cloud he's looking at. So this is the wall cloud here. And what he's looking for is a little funnel that dips out of this area. So he's chasing by picture. And chasing by picture, believe it or not, is what we used to do when I was working at the TV stations. As recently as about 2004, we were still having to do pictures. And then about 2005, 6, and 7, we were finally able to do video. It wasn't the best video, but we were able to do video. Because, back then, cell phones didn't really have unlimited plans and all that kind of stuff. Or if they did, it wasn't exactly what you think it is today. We were 1G and 2G and kind of speeds. So the quality was a little low, but hey, it did the job. So anyway, it wasn't long ago, guys. Storm chasing happened by photos. But there's a couple of pictures. So he's on and he's been very close. And you can check out his Facebook page to follow along. You can get to that through my website, aarontuttleweather.com. And you can follow his feed there on the live page. Okay, let's go back here to our storm of the day. So this is a supercell. It looks like this. This is a typical supercell structure. All right, now we call it a kidney bean. We call it a lot of things in meteorology. But what you typically watch for is this little, we call a hook echo in this region. And you watch for all the action at the tip of this hook. This is where your magic happens for the tornado. Now, if you want hail and you're a roofer, your magic happens right in here. This is your favorite spot of a supercell storm because that's where it carries the big hail, the large hail, the damaging hail. So let me look at something here for that. Oh yeah. So what we're going to do, let me go back to this. So I'm going to circle hailstones here in purple. And then I'm going to look at the ZDR and it should turn gray. And it does if it's very large. The CC will be mixed. It will drop into the yellows and greens when you get some big chunks of hail within there, and we do. But you also see, though, a lot of red in here, which means it's a lot of smaller hail. If we look at KDP, KDP will lower in that area, and there are areas where it gets lower. But when that hail gets above 2 inches in diameter, not only will it get lower in these areas, but it'll turn to nothing. Like the value will disappear, like no data. It just eats it away. And that's the final tip-off that you've got some hail that's considered giant, which is greater than 2 inches in diameter. So right now, it's probably a lot of 1 inch and maybe up to golf ball size thrown in. It's a pretty good hailstorm out here. You could also look at this in a three-dimensional view. So you can see how tall the storm is. So it's about 50,000 feet in elevation. And you can look at how well the core of the storm is designed. So you can see that purple area is held in aloft around 30,000 feet. There's still a lot of hail to come down that's even not at the surface right now. And then we can look back here at our bounded weak echo region. We can check out the strength of the updraft and all that kind of stuff. We can even look for rotation columns in the atmosphere and see how those look. So that's rotation column right there is the mid-level cyclone. So that is the mesocyclone right there. And this is within this is then what happens is that then comes down and produces a tornado on the ground. And so that's it of how you're getting the tornado. So, watching the Weather Service discussion here, they just came out, and they just put out a broadcast for all media, and I'm going to tell you why they did that. Remember this little area here of the storm I told you was all erroneous? Apparently, there's a lot of people looking at this, calling this a tornado area. So they said for the storm that we're talking about, some of the velocity will be erroneous in the weak echo region. So it's just a heads up. Like, quit using this spot here. That's not the tornado. And that's, like I said, that's just a feature of not understanding radar meteorology. So it's, it's just an education level. And some people that use these products don't know that, which is fine, because there's a lot of users. It just depends on what the users are for. Now, if you're a user in a public position to warn others, that's not good. You need to be educated, obviously, because then you're just passing along fake information, fake weather, so to speak. And that's not good. All right, probability of a tornado is 92%. Nice hook echo with it. The velocity data we looked at earlier has still not been any better than what it was before, even though we've had a couple little small funnels trying to dip out of that at times. Let's see here. And honestly, they're going to keep the tornado warning going, but it just hasn't been imminent. There's, at least according to radar, it just has not been something that's just any minute now. It's been more of these wait and see. It's got to tighten up. It's got to do better. And that's a testimony to the reports of just the wall cloud in the field, and then occasional, like a little funnel about halfway down, and that's the most it could do. That does happen quite a bit, and they won't even touch down. It's very hard to get a tornado. All right, so the hook is taking better shape. So even though velocity doesn't look as good just yet, the velocity will follow the hook development. And so the hook development is getting a little better defined in this region. So it's going through a little bit of a cycling here, and I think it's going to increase and get stronger. And we'll probably end up seeing something in the next few scans that is tornado worthy. And that could be 5 minutes. It could be 10 minutes. It could be 3. It's on this particular case, you just take it scan by scan. And we're doing scans on this mode. Where are we? Yeah, about every 2 minutes. So in the old days of Doppler radar, we had to wait for 6-minute updates. But now we've been able to really squeeze out better performance out of these things built since the mid-90s and retrofit them with better technology to allow us to do it faster, better processing, faster computers, and that gives us better quality data as well. So we can get more rapid updates. Because when you're talking about tornadoes, you really want 1-minute updates, because a lot happens in a minute in the world of a tornado. So sometimes they don't even last a minute. I mean, they're quick. All right, so let's see here. Update here for those of you folks kind of just tuning in. We're watching a tornadic storm heading up here to Foss in about 10 to 15 minutes. They're going to get the hail first. The tornado itself, once it gets going, it hasn't developed yet, but once it does, it will probably pass more toward on the north side of Burns Flat, so probably between Foss and Burns Flat, and then from there maybe up toward Clinton on I-40. We'll just have to see how much of an easterly jog it takes versus a northeastward movement, which is what it's currently on. The warning itself expires at 7:15. Moving northeast at 33. So it's changed already in this movement just a little bit since the last time we checked this out. So it has, of course, 100% chance of hail, 80% chance of severe hail, with a max hail size of 2 inches in diameter. Now that's getting up to that giant size hail I mentioned earlier. Now that may be aloft versus at the surface. Let me see if I can verify anything at the surface. Okay. I'm gonna say the 2 inch is aloft and not at ground level, but you're still getting the mixture of the other sizes I talked about. Okay, there are a couple of other storms, by the way. It's not just this one. Again, nothing here in Oklahoma City or northwestern Oklahoma. All's quiet out there. But there are a couple of storms down here in southwest Oklahoma. Here's that one in Vernon, Davidson, Frederick. Not doing too good, actually. It looks like it's kind of falling apart. Even this one down here is struggling from Altus to Hedrick, which is interesting. They should not be having a tough time. This last one had no trouble at all. Very similar air mass down here. As a matter of fact, let's take a look. Bad wind profile shows a nice turning with height from the southeast to the southwest in the first 7,000 to 8,000 feet. That's critical to get a good supercell development, and the wind speeds themselves are also in the 30 to 40 knot range. So for tornadic development, everything looks good. This right here says tornadic storm. So the atmosphere says it's good to go. So we just have to get the storms to take advantage of that. And I want to check out the photograph of that. Where was that? Nope. Where did I put that? Hold on. Oh, it's over here. So let's try the photograph. Okay, so on a photograph for a tornado, you want to look at, as best you can, like this. That's the most ideal, perfect photograph. Something big, curve, and then coming off. Now, odds are it's never going to be quite perfect. But this little deal here is kind of starting that way, but then it kind of curls back up like that. And that's more in the upper levels, which is a little less important than it is the lower levels. This is the most important region here as far as structure goes. So the structure of the photograph says, yep, we should see some tornadoes. And if you do look at the structure of that, the sounding comes into the classic supercell box up here aloft. Mid-levels looks pretty good. It does cross over a little weakness in the 4,000 foot range, but then back down here in the bottom, it looks good there too. So there's a little weakness in the development of a supercell type.
Just update on a 152, about probably 3 or 4 miles north. It should be southwest of Burns Flat. It's occluded in rain. If there was anything there, it's heavily rain wrapped right now, but very low to the ground. I would LCL, or excuse me, the that high is probably 200 or 300 feet above the ground. I mean, it's almost the horizon is basically just the cloud.
Awesome. Thanks for the update, buddy. Okay, so this is what he's looking at. So we'll go back to the hook echo. And I think I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to split this dual screen. We'll do this. All right, so reflectivity is on the left, velocity is on the right. The reflectivity is just the rain part of the storm or the hail part of the storm, and the velocity is the wind part of the storm. So what you're looking at is this. Again, this is the hook echo structure right here, right? That kind of does this. So what you're seeing is the air getting pulled in to this spot here, and you're getting the outflow air going like this to this part. So what happens is these two meet in the middle, and then they start to produce a tornado. So this will be on the tip of the hook. So that would be probably right about there. So that would be where your tornado would form. And so that's what we're watching for, and we're going to see what happens in the next scan or two. Sounds like it's getting a little closer. All right. So the trader warning is about to expire here in about 4 minutes, so they're just going to reissue it. Probability of a tornado on these research algorithms is at 84%, so it's obviously still quite high up there. That's based off the atmospheric conditions and the current state of the storm. So, little insider info into this. This is similar but not exact of how my weather app works, AT's Weather to Go. It has all these indices that it looks at and it calculates. It goes, okay, you know, I got a supercell storm. It's got rotation at this level, this level, this level. Research shows it should start to produce a tornado. So then what it does is it alerts you and it says twisting storm approaching. No other app will tell you that. And then it gives you a BTI number from 0 to 10. 10 being, you know, the most surest in the world, 0 being, we're watching it. All right. So if you have a number anywhere in the middle, 4, 5, or 6, you might want to start heading toward the shelter and pay very close attention. If it's a 7, 8, 9, 10, just hit the deck because the studies show it's pretty much a tornado at that point. It'd be very unlikely not to have a tornado with a BTI of 7 or 8. If it's a 9 or 10, I mean, don't even think about questioning it. But again, the 0, 1, 2, 3 is more of a heads up. It's coming your way. You've got some time because it gives you about 15 minutes lead time. So if you don't have it, it's called AT's Weather to Go. You can download it right now and you can set it up. And that way, when I'm not on the air, let's say it in the middle of the night or something, you can use that to give you information. Now, I will say this with a caveat. For all methods of getting severe weather information, you got to have redundancy. Redundancy is when you have more than one failure point covered, because there's a failure point built into everything. Tornado sirens, plenty of failure points. Your app, failure point is your cell phone signal or your Wi-Fi or your phone battery. So there's several failure points there. Or maybe you put it on D&D and you say, don't bother me, period. Well, that's a personal failure point. Of course, you have the TV guys. They can't be there all the time, although they do work in shifts and they will mostly catch them as long as they do have good staffing. Let's see, then you have the NOAA weather radio. Most of the time bulletproof, but guess what? Those towers go down too, and they go down at the random times like anything else. So there's always going to be some failure point that you want to make sure you get a backup for. So I suggest you do all the above. You have each of those systems ready at your fingertips. That way when you're dealing with your safety, you've got no excuse, right? You're covered head to toe. All right, so I'm seeing some of the live shots now, just a very low wall cloud. Like Seth was saying, you could reach up and touch the sky. That is called an LCL, low lifting condensation level. When you get storms that low, the tornado does not have far to go. And that makes that situation much easier to have one produce. Let's see if he's got a new image. As he gets close to 40, he should be able to do a live soon. He just has his cell phone because chase season was over in the spring, so he took it all out of his car. And I'm just like, uh-oh. Well, at least you got your phone. So anyway, so there's the wall cloud, and you see how it's basically touching the ground. There's a little left light right here. So if there was a tornado, for example, back in this region, you wouldn't see it, and that would be obscured. So once they're obscured, the reporting goes out the window because you're not really sure what's in there, right? And no chaser is going to drive through this to find out. That's a death wish. So you stay on the outside and you hope you get some peaks or something that kind of gives you the ability to tell if it's something in there or not. But we call that when that happens, it's usually called an HP configuration, high precipitation, which basically means the RFD is wrapped around and all this moist air with rain curtains is rotated around itself, and so it's basically concealed itself from the outside world. He goes, you know what? I know what's in here, but no one else is going to get to know, and it is covered in rain. Worst case scenario, if you're storm chasing, you can't see anything with that situation. All right, so we'll check back with him again soon. I wonder if Jeff is streaming yet. He'll be in Kansas, though, so just more of us curious as to what's going on up there. All right. And then he'll probably turn his stream on once he gets into Clinton. I think he was heading to Clinton, or was it Weatherford? I can't remember. I should probably tell him. Whenever you get a chance to start streaming, let me know. All right, we're going to back here into this little deal.
Copy that. I'm just to the west of Bessie by about a mile and a, well, probably about 3 miles, and north of Bessie by about 2. So I got a pretty good view on this hill. I'm going to start streaming here in a second.
Excellent. So there's 10-4. So he's on Bessie. He's on a hill in Bessie, looking just to the west. So great view to look from here right into the monster. And he's got an unobstructed view, because if he was looking from this direction, you see how that rain he has to look through? That's not a very good vantage point. This is not a good vantage point. This certainly isn't a good vantage point. So when you do storm chase, you want to be where Bessie is, or you want to be from here, or here, or here. Any of these little angles of approach is where you want to be for spotting a developing tornado. Most of the storm chasers, I'll tell you where they go. You ready? Here. They will literally drive into the bear's cage, and they will try to shake hands with it on the tip of the tongue of the hook echo, and then they'll just hightail it east to some fashion, and then they'll stop and try to do it again. Worst case scenario, if it's moving east too fast and they don't have a good road network, they'll go south and then east and then probably back north. Or they play a little game, Frogger game basically. But that's kind of how that works for the storm chasers out in the field. Okay, so let's get an idea of where the wall cloud and the potential tornado would be. So I'm going to put it just north of Burns Flat, northwest of there, on North Road 2130 and East Road 1140. So basically on the mile on the northwest side of town is where I would have what would be the tornado. Assuming that one were to develop. Right now, from what we know, it's a wall cloud. By the way, I know some of you guys are messaging me. Just know that I can't read any of those messages while I do this, just because I've got my head in all the data. I see you guys on YouTube, so thanks for chatting back and forth and helping each other out, giving out some information. Feel free to use the super chat feature that's on there. Let's see here. And of course, Facebook, you guys are always coming through helping each other out, so appreciate that. Because there's a lot of times that people kind of come in and out of the coverage, right? Not everybody's there from start to finish. So it's good to kind of say, what did he say? Where's this at? Where it was going? He said, well, last he said it was at Burns Flat. It's moving northeast. All right. And where's it heading? Well, right now it's heading toward Clinton, probably just east of Clinton. So the Weather Service may let this last warning expire, which, by the way, that was issued a few minutes ago. Just an extension till 7:45 for Ouachita County. Storm capable of producing a tornado located near Burns Flat, moving northeast at 25. Tornado and golf ball size hail. Burns Flat, Dill City, Bessie, and Foss. Includes I-40 between mile markers 53 and 55. It's pretty specific. Because if you remember in the forecast discussions we had, there is a theta E axis that these storms are firing on, and there's some hard line in the sand that once they get past that axis of favorable moisture and instability, they should weaken. And as of right now, it's 7 o'clock. It's a little early, and that axis is still out to the west. Now that axis will shift slowly east with time, but the question is, does that axis start to shift now, or does this storm override it, die out, and then the axis shifts? So that's kind of where we are right now. And I need to do a little analysis to answer that for you. And we'll do that while we check this out. All right, so this is becoming an HP supercell, which means it's becoming rain wrap. It's hard to see on the inside. We may never get another visual confirmation again. It depends. At least on the radar, it's starting to look that way. And besides that, it's 7:30, so we're about to lose some daylight here. Okay, I'm going to check some of the data. Did they ever turn this one on? We'll let that reload. By the way, this is your severe weather risk, so we're still in the slight risk here in central Oklahoma, enhanced to moderate out to the west. Alright, 68 degrees. Let's see, our dew point line of 68 runs about like this. Alright, so that is the sweet spot of the juice. That's the northern end of the best environment. And that storm is right here. And it's about to cross this line. So what that means is the environment it's going into is less favorable. Say we're 76 degrees over here, but we're 70 over here. It should kill the storm. I was hoping to find a satellite view that would show that. I just don't think there's going to be one. I wanted to be able to show you the change in air mass, and the way everything's happening it'll be hard to see. Alright, it's okay. Photograph still looks good. Alright, composite indice for a significant tornado. It is still highlighted down here in southwest and western Oklahoma, favored area here, but you can see that our little storm has crossed over outside of the second to last favored ring. It's got one more favored ring there to go, and then it's out of the best environment, and that's for a fixed layer tornado. The effective layer, which counts the movement, everything else, extends a little bit more. So according to this, it still has still pretty decent environment to work with, but you notice the little line here? This is the axis. So we're getting off that favorable axis. So every step it goes, it's going to get harder and harder to produce a tornado. Violent tornado parameter off the charts in this region of western and southwestern Oklahoma. Alright, the tornado warning will be canceled. They decided to just go ahead and give up on it. Storms down here aren't doing any good. And this one still is not doing much. Alright, let me see if I can get a stream up. Okay, good, he's up. So you can see how it's getting dark. It's waiting for lightning flashes to be able to see the leading edge, but this is the cloud base, and this is how low it gets in obscuration into the ground, so it gets hard to see. And obviously your goal is to somewhere in this base is to see a tornado. We saw the lightning flash there. So as it gets dark, it gets harder to make it out. I've got your stream up. It looks great. Alright, I'll see if Seth has done anything on his end.
I've got your stream up. It looks great.
Alright. Alright, nothing new with Seth yet. He might just be trying to get into a good position. Alright. So we'll have a good view. And of course he gets this thing set up just as they cancel the tornado warning. Excuse me. Alright. The look to the storm is struggling. It just doesn't look that great. So what happens here is that wind comes around in RFD, and you still have the wind that's trying to feed back around here. But sometimes your RFD is too strong. If your RFD is too strong, you just don't really get a good chance to get a tornado. And there are some other factors that happen too, but for right now, and this is another telltale sign that it's not going good for a tornado. See, normally we look for a hook that does something like this, right? Well, if you notice, our storm is now doing something like this. So instead of this part here being like this, it's now got this weird shape to it. So it's doing more of an S. So if I draw this for you, let's do it this way. It's a better visual. It's doing an S, right? And if you want a tornado, you don't want an S. You want a 6. There you go. So that's how you want it to look. So the storm's dying. So which means is probability of a tornado, by the way, is still holding at 90%. So that's what I'm saying, man. I don't know if I'm going to keep using these these research algorithms because they don't do too well. But it's automatic. It's machine learning, right? It's just got a lot of learning to go. All right, but a great shot though of the storm right before dark. And he's out near Bessie, we said, looking west. So if we were to pull this back up, let me do one panel. So I think he said he was 2 miles west. So he's basically looking like this, right? At 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 miles away to his west. All right, the latest on this. Let's see. So you see the red polygon is gone. It's been replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning, moving northeast at 26 miles per hour. So Clinton, you're going to get the hail core from this, whatever's left in the size, which right now the algorithms would come down earlier, so it's smaller, 1.5 inches. So not quite golf ball size. So let me do this again for you guys on Facebook, because what I'm going to do is sign off here soon, and then we're going to go live again, right? So if you missed it earlier and you want to make sure you get notified when I go live, and if you're having trouble being notified when I go live, mainly, and some of you are, it's weird, Facebook just randomly picks on people, click on that opt-in and then follow the prompts, and when you do, there'll be 2 prompts, one that says watch live now, and the other one will say manage. You have to hit that manage button. That's what gets you for the next one. You got to kind of re-opt. It takes a couple of button pushes, but that's it. And once you get in the habit of it, it'll be like brushing your teeth. Adam, I see you with the super chat, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate your support. Tammy, you know, it's funny. Even my brother's like, dude, you need to hire somebody to help you out, to take over for you, so you don't have to do it all. And I'm like, man, you don't understand. You just don't get it. It's a weird place to be. And it's not a control thing. It's hiring someone that would know everything you know and that where you guys would be comfortable with. That's the issue. And then you have to pay them. Like, what am I going to pay this person? That's a whole nother problem. That's a side hiring quality talent. And then you got different styles of work now, from millennials to Gen Zers that we had to do training over and how to work with them. I about lost all my hair just seeing how that's supposed to work. So I don't know, man. So I just laughed. I said, I don't know what's going to happen with that. I said, I'll just keep doing it as long as I can do it. God willing. We'll go from there. Shan, that's what I've always said. I said, I need 3 of me. I need 2 to do the same job and a 3rd person to take vacation for the other 2. If I could figure that out, done. I'll let you know. All right, you can see the cell phone service out here in the boonies is for the birds. But Twisted Weather, Oklahoma is going to try to find something. Of course, it's dying on him, so I hate to see that when a chaser drives all the way out there just to watch a storm die. But hey, you know, something may surprise you. It doesn't look like it though. It looks like it's the opposite. Looks like it's still slowly dying. Let's see about the hail size. Come down to 1.34. So the hail sizes continues to come down. Let me go back in time. Yeah. All right. Now, I'll tell you what, we'll do this too. I mean, it's a good storm. You got a lot of lightning with it, heavy rain. It's typical Oklahoma thunderstorm. It is a supercell. Supercells are long-lived. They're the biggest, the baddest, the meanest. It's still 50,000 feet. It's just, as far as supercells go, it's turning into a weak supercell. Yeah, even the big hail cores with the purple shading under it are all gone. So it's dropping its load now. And for example, here's the load. Call it the payload, right? So here's the payload. And I'm going to drop it off to, where are we at? 58 to 60 dBz is right about there. There's a couple teeny tiny cores left where this is basically golf ball size hail. So what doesn't melt on the way down would fall about that size for a couple of people. And that's it. So even the hail size has come down. If I go back in time, yeah, there's some bigger stones there, but there you go. There's some finally bigger stones. So you can see how it's weakened. It's been dropping its load, and there's just not much left. It's struggling. I'll hang with it though for a few more minutes because we have a storm chaser right there, and it'd be silly to not take advantage of the live feed. Alright, what do we have here? For the storm itself, Clinton's at 743. Indianapolis at 757. Oh, just updated. So Clinton and Rapo is thrown in. Now this is going to be for the hail core. So Clinton 745, 10 minutes. It might be a few minutes earlier than that before when the hail starts. And then Arapahoe, and then Indianapolis down the road. So it's going to pass, looks like right over Clinton, whereas the track of what was left of the mesocyclone is going to pass just on the south end of Clinton, right over 40. Alright, he lost his stream because he's out in the middle of nowhere. Happens. It does happen. All right. Where else do I want to go? I'll tell you what, we're going to look at some of the other storms ongoing. And the latest model forecast that just came out. Okay, so across the state, you can see the only game in town is that one up there near Clinton. Down here in southwest Oklahoma, these have had a tough time doing anything. Probability of a tornado is at 68% though. Let's see, take a closer look at this. It's got a little notch in the bottom end of it, and looks like somebody, get off of there. There it is, rotating wall cloud 2 minutes ago reported. All right, maybe that'll be our next one to pay attention to. Okay. Let's get that off of there. So let's go on down here and take a better look. Yeah, no structure on it yet. We'll see what happens in a few minutes. Okay, how's that view? Alright, so now he's just driving. I don't know where he's driving, but he's back on my main road, so he's got some cell phone service. He's probably near Clinton. Okay, let's go look at the other storms and then the model data. You want to do that? So let's see what's going on up in Kansas. Okay, so we do have some storms trying to develop in the Oklahoma Panhandle. But otherwise, western Kansas, a line of storms out here. One tornado warned storm up here in Sharon Springs, coming up toward Winona, or Winona, however you would say that. And there's Goodland. So that's what's happening right now in Kansas. It's going to be a late night for you guys up there in Kansas. These are just now getting going. And even the storms out here in Oklahoma and the Texas Panhandle are just now getting going. And it's 7 o'clock. They are expected to be from here to about here, I think either midnight, I think it was. Roughly. We're going to take a look at the latest data and see what's going to happen. Alright. I'm going to switch. No, that's probably still the best radar. Alright, well that's doing that. Let's do this. He's going to get back into position. He's going to point at what's left of that wall cloud as a cyclone area. We'll come back to him. Still having some trouble. He needs more Wi-Fi. Alrighty. Let's go to her. So it's got the moisture piling on in just as expected. Nothing there's changed. The latest, or the next run that comes in here in a few minutes will have the newest balloon data in it, so it should be more accurate. But at 2 o'clock in the morning, Canadian County, with that data axis overhead, still has a very formidable profile for a tornado, classic supercell. Well, a little weak though in the 4 to 6,000 foot area on the wind speeds, but I don't know why I would say that because I see 50 knots there. So there's maybe a drop off of 5 knots. That's not a big deal. Anyway, it's got a significant tornado still, EF3 or EF4 type potential on the table. Good directional shear, and the sounding's pretty moist. The lowest levels, LCLs, are still down low. A little bit of a cap here, which would help to keep storms a little separated from each other versus a squall line at that point in time. Let's see what happens with the reflectivity data. So they did a tornado warning for that storm that we looked at a moment ago along the Texas border. So we'll get to that here in a second. All right, so it's got the little storms. It thinks a cluster of storms is going to form out in western Oklahoma again. We'll see what happens. Otherwise, there's midnight on the other line that we talked about. And it comes through even later, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. So they'll be much weaker by then. Tulsa through 8, and it falls apart. So the roughest of the rough will be along I-35 and points west tonight over the late night hours. What we're going to watch for here through probably 11 o'clock is whatever happens out here in western Oklahoma, see if something else pops up and develops. And then we'll see what the new data shows when it starts trickling on in. That should be again here in a few minutes. Let's see. Ping reports. Okay, let's do this guy here. So this is the rotation tracker, and you can see for a while there over the Clinton-Sherman Airport there was a little tracker rotation here. Now that's that low-level circulation where you saw the wall cloud and the brief funnels up and down. So that's that track. So when you look at these helicity tracks, that kind of gives you an idea of how that works. And if we go down here to southern Oklahoma for this new cell, you can notice there's no history with this one. So it's nothing's really developed yet for a helicity track to show, but we'll be able to track that too. Also, we could do that. So max expected hail size, that's small. Let's go with this one up here, 20 millimeters. All right, let's go hail swath for the last hour. So this is how you can track a hail swath. So if you roofers out there, south of Elk City, over the Clinton-Sherman Airport up to Clinton itself, pretty much right along I-40 point south, that's the best quadrant of hail that fell within this line that goes down to Highway 6. So hail size is at about 40 millimeters in size. You can do the math on that. Just type it in Google. Here, I'll do it for you. You just type it in millimeters to inches and go 40. 1.57 inches, so 1.5-inch size hail, which is about what we were looking at on live radar, so makes sense. All right, let's go back to the storm down here. So in Frederick, south of Frederick, we went from a wall cloud report, a large cone doing damage, that would make that a tornado, reported 5 miles north of Davidson, brief touchdown. And this one says tornado on the ground 2 miles west to the northwest of me. All right, so well, that changed quickly from the last time we looked at it, didn't it? So this is the tornado, this little circular area here. Let's go up a notch. Okay, there it goes. Shows up better here. So we're at 436 feet, coming up right along Highway 5. And this is west of Frederick by about 2 miles on Road 2190. So that's where the latest tornado is. And I do not see the debris signature yet. for damage, but it's a very strong tornado. Let's see. Place marker here. So we're looking at a very strong EF1 tornado, potentially EF2 tornado right now. And that's a couple miles west of Frederick, right along State Highway 5. Let's change the warning update motion. And then let's zoom in down here. So Frederick, of course, it's passing west of you as we speak, but Manitou will be up next in line. So this little hook echo goes like this, and the little ball is right here. This is the tornado right there, the little enhanced reflectivity value. So if I were to probe it, right here where it jumps up to 39 dBz, surrounded by 20 and 12 dBz. So we call it a debris ball, and that typically means it's hit something. So that's, it could be anything other than raindrops. We'll see if it's got a debris ball structure with it. It is in the blue area. Unfortunately, it's masked in the clutter fencing of ground clutter. So until it exits this little region, you won't be able to see that blue circle by itself. It's contaminated with the surroundings. But the debris ball signature tells me all I need to know. So this is our first official tornado in the state. Let's see, the winds are a little contaminated here at this level. Let me go to the next one up. See if that helps. I think I saw 105 miles per hour. Okay, this one's a little better. Inbound winds around 65. Outbound winds up around 60 as well. Alright, so that is our tornado. And again, it's coming up, it's north of Highway 5. It's coming up on East Road 1800 and, what was that, 1290? 2190. So what's out there? That's our next step that we do here at AT's Weather. Matter of fact, let me do a new marker. Marker here. And wind speed here. And we're at a EF2 strength tornado is what we're at. A low end EF2. So it's got to be doing some damage. Let's see. And our debris balls picked up a little bit more on the intensity. Okay, so what is it hitting? Dust. It is getting grass, dust, tumbleweeds. It literally went over nothing. There was a little, looks like an old barn in that area there. Crossed over 5, open field, open farmland, which is great. There is a little farmhouse, looks like, no it's not. Oh, it was up here. There's a little farmhouse here. I hope they're in their shelters, because that is going to be probably a direct hit for them. There's another little one there. So there are a couple of farmhouses in its path. Trust me, they hear it and they know it's there. Alright, so we're coming up on East Road 1790 and 2190. It's the intersection of this tornado. So if you live in Manitou, you need to be in your shelters. The wording on this, by the way, the probability of a tornado is 84%. Now you saw that 90% didn't pan out, but this 84% is. So the idea is considerable damage because of the Doppler wind speeds that we're seeing. And that debris ball is at least indicating the dust and dirt from the ground. Okay, so confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Frederick, moving northeast at 30. Damaging tornado, particularly dangerous situation. Take cover. Weather spotters have confirmed. We've got Frederick. This is in the area, not necessarily in the direct path, but we have Frederick, Snyder, Tipton, Mountain Park, Manitou, and Tomstead Reservoir. So you guys need to be advised you have a tornadic storm moving northward that will be paralleling along Highway 183 toward the Snyder area. However, it should start to turn more to the northeast and then east component, so it may not make that beeline move to the north and east. So for example, the original track of the tornado was like this. This is the official track, and it could easily do something like this. So be in your shelters for that. And honestly, sometimes they will move a little bit more to the right. So any one of these directional arrows is fair game. And all those reside within the large polygon itself. Okay, so that is what's going on here at Southwest Oklahoma. Let's see here. Snyder 827, Mountain Park, tracking the tornado itself, 833, assuming it stays on the same path. Now it looks like the wind speeds have come down a bit. Let's see. Okay. The low level scan is out of the clutter field. Let's see what it's got. Winds of close to 65 and still 65. So it's about 130 mile per hour of shear on this tornado. And you're like, okay, well what kind of tornado are we talking about? What does that mean? Let's look at your EF scale. So if you get winds of around 111 to 135 miles per hour, it's EF2. That's considerable damage. Roofs torn off well-constructed homes. Homes shifted left their foundation. Mobile homes completely destroyed. Large trees snapped or uprooted. Cars can be tossed. So this is probably an EF2 tornado based off the radar signal. And you're going, oh man, you can tell how strong it is based off the wind speeds right now. And I say, yes, you can. And why in this particular case? The radar is located right here, and the tornado is located right here. The distance between these two is half a mile. It's half a mile, and it's looking only at about 400 feet off the ground. That's the best position to get a completely accurate account of wind speeds, location, everything. So very close to the radar gives you the best data. Alright, new track here. It just weakened a little. So it's probably back down to EF1 strength. But regardless, we still have a good tornado here just coming in east of Burt. This is the hook echo part of it. Let's see if there was any debris. You know, debris ball is not, or the debris signature is really not showing up much. And we already told you why that likely is, because it's over a really large area of just flat land. And you can see there's not much out here. There's looks like just some shrubbery along the road here. There was a couple of farmhouses, but other than that, I mean, there's some trees way over here. There's just not much for it to pick up. So a debris ball works really good at night for detection and confirmation of a tornado, as long as it has something to hit. In this case, it doesn't. Best place really for this tornado to be, just so you know. All right, so location of this, east of Burt, and like we talked about, is 1770 and 2190. It's just west of that intersection. The new update just came in. These are coming in every, looks like 2 minutes. Strength has increased, looks like. It's now jumped east of 2190, and it's now north of, there's not a road there. We'll go south of 1760. All right, so we are looking at a very strong EF1 tornado still. So as always, you be in your shelters, lowest floor, away from all outside walls and windows. I had a family reach out to me today in Frederick asking if they need to be concerned, and I said, well, you need to have a plan in place. Fortunately for you guys, it formed just west of you, west side of town. It's now moving away. It kind of gives you an idea how close they can be, too close for comfort. So this is a very common supercell structure. And this is our little hook that goes like this. This is way better defined than the one we tracked earlier. And as you can see, what happens in the outcome when you have better structure, you get a tornado as the outcome. Okay, so it looks like so this little yellow line right now is the current track. This is the official warning track, which will take it up to Highway 5C. It passes between almost halfway between Tipton and Manitou. It'll be about 1, 2, 3.5 miles west of Manitou, assuming it doesn't change its course any. This is for a tornado in southwest Oklahoma, near Frederick. We are looking at a storm that'll be approaching Snyder here soon. This is west of Comanche County. This is in Tillman County. Let's see here. Coming up on Kiowa County here soon. Okay. So if you notice, what happens when the Weather Service has better information, either from radar or from spotters, that they can include different type of wording in the warning, and they can add different kind of tags to state significance. So in this particular case, tornado was observed, meaning a storm spotter saw it, and then the tornado damage threat, now that we know there's an official tornado, is it minor or considerable? Considerable meaning likely an EF2 style damage that we detected on radar. They can go off of wind speeds on that, or they could even go on a storm chaser visualization of what they saw. So again, Mountain Park for the tornadoes about 840, and Snyder here at 834. Coming up on Highway 5 here momentarily. Actually east on the split of Highway 5. So it is 5C. So the tornado right now is located on 1750 Road, just east of 2190. So if you're wondering, this is it. And this is the tornado. And how you can tell is you have your green co-located with your red back to back. It's what we call gate-to-gate shear. We do have some radar products that try to simplify that. For example, I'll click on this gate-to-gate shear product. I never use it, but it'll see what it shows, and it does show that. It shows this blue blob and this red blob. But that would be gate-to-gate shear. But you can also see it shows a bunch of artifacts of nonsense too. It's it's an attempt to try to make it simpler to view. I'm not sure if that helps, but regardless, it was just another product you can look at. Take a look at the CC, cross correlation coefficient. Now I gotta say this, remember it said considerable damage. Well, it actually have to hit something for that to occur, and thank goodness it is over an area where it's nothing but dust. There were a couple of farmhouses in the vicinity. Hopefully they did not get hit or picked up from the outer circulation edges. It is obviously knocking out some power in that area because there are some power poles in this region. The velocity is much weaker. As a matter of fact, it's diminished. According to the velocity data, it's gone. it's lifted, or it's at least just a funnel at this point. Maybe even what you would call a rope tornado. But if you notice, let me go back a frame. Okay, so it went from here, and then watch as it jumps up here. You ready? Let me go forward a frame. See, it's gone. So we'll see if it redevelops. It's still under the hook echo area, but it's going to have to recycle, reorganize. All right, so I get this asked a lot. How long can tornadoes last? Well, let's go back and find out. I'm going to go back to where this thing started. When it was just southwest of Frederick. I believe it started right there. Yeah. Okay, so this thing started on this about 3 miles to the southwest of Frederick. So in this area right here. Time on this is 40 minutes after the hour. All right, so I'm going to go next scan up, next scan, next scan, next scan, next scan, next scan. Started really getting good there in the middle part of its life cycle. And then on the next scan there, it's gone. That lasted 20 minutes. That was a 20-minute tornado with the first and last scans very weak. The intermediary scans anywhere from an EF1 to an EF2 strength tornado. Right around the 10-minute mark was the peak of the strength of intensity. And as we checked, it was over a lot of open farmland, which was good, minus the farms. So it was just cropland, basically what you'd want to call it. So let's hope that because of that fact, there was hardly any damage at all anywhere near there, and certainly no injuries. Let's hope for that as well. And if you can see back here in this track, let me go back in time. Ironically, it kind of moved to the north, almost due north. It did not make much of an eastward jog, and they usually do. That's strange, especially for one large. It almost went kind of in this fashion, right? So if we were to take this roadway here, at the beginning of its life cycle, looks like there was some type of construction, storage facility there. Maybe a pig farm or something. Looks like a chicken pig farm or whatever. North from there were a few houses that were in the path of the developing tornado. Then we got into the open land when it was really starting to intensify. So it was weak when it went over those other areas. Over all this open farmland right here, so nothing in hit. There were some on the outskirts over here, a little farmhouse, but hopefully they're okay. Nothing in the immediate path here. Same thing here. I mean, it kind of went over this. Of all the places for it to travel, it traveled really over the best places it could have traveled. Right in between farmhouse plots. That's the best news I got for you. So when you get a tornado, sometimes you get lucky, and it's something like that, and other times it does hit densely populated areas. All right, so let's see if anything's come of this in the last couple of minutes, if it's recycled or anything. Nope. So storm chasers are still reporting a large cone tornado just southeast of Rapo. All right. Let's go back up here to our old storm. We all kind of let go because it was dying. Let's see here. Brief multi-vortex just east of Clinton with power flashes noted. Power out in East Clinton. And rotating wall cloud north of Clinton. So while we're dealing with one tornado down south, we may have had a second. The velocity was not that great. There's a Rapo on the east-southeast side. There's some weak rotation on the velocity data, but this is up around 6,000 feet. All right, let's go to the last frame. Yeah, it's kind of past the east of Rapo now. It's like two miles. There is a weak circulation center there. Let me go back here. Yeah, the algorithms just did not find this very strong. So if anything, they indicate it being weak. And the velocity data would confirm that. Let me see if there was any debris with this. No debris signature. Yeah, no debris signature, so that's good. But we do have a tornado warning up here, heading up toward Custer City and Thomas. This is the location of the center is just east of Rapo by a couple of miles. Let's see here. So the official warning: eastern Custer County, southwestern Blaine, southern Dewey County until 8:45. Confirmed tornado located near Rapo, moving northeast at 20, damaging tornado golf ball size hail. Weather spotters confirmed. We've got Clinton, Thomas, Rapo, and Custer City. Includes Interstate 40 between mile markers 64 and 69. Let me check with my guy who's in that area. Are you able to go after that tornado in Arapahoe? He was just down the street from there. So we'll see what happens. Alright, so this one's kind of notching up a bit. Reflectivity looks a little bit better. I'm going to switch radar sources because we're getting a little far away from that one. Unfortunately, we're in between no man's land as far as radar coverage goes. In other words, we're not going to get a very good low-level look to this. This one's at 8,000 feet. But it does have a very significant mid-level as a cyclone.
It's the one I'm currently on. I'm headed north right now, chasing it out of Clinton.
Okay, did you ever see anything? I lost your feed. 2.5 miles east of Arapahoe is where this would be located. And that's right along, what county road is this? Arapahoe Road. And just east of North Road 2280.
Power flash in Clinton. All the power went out. Some trash cans, the plastic ones flying across the main street. That's about it. It got real windy, probably about 60, 70 mile an hour wind.
Okay, so that sounds like a weak tornado then. May have tried to develop around the Clinton area. Then the official warning came out after that once it was north of town. Alright, so what we're going to do, see if this radar is any closer. Nope. Alright, so we're going to switch this one over to Vance. So in this particular case, as we watch this particular track thunderstorm continue east of Arapahoe, is you want to be in your shelters, lowest floor, away from all outside walls and windows, bathtub, a closet, any center part of the home with walls for structure is a good place to be. This has been weak as far as a potential tornado is concerned. I know the report was multi-vortex, and you can have, it sounds terrifying, right? Well, you can have a multi-vortex, almost like multiple funnel type deals that can be very weak. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a damaging tornado. Let's see. and that's the good news. All right, let's go on down. Where are we? 9,000 feet. Yeah, that didn't do me any good either. Okay, so we'll just see what happens with this. Most of the radar beam is above the level of the tornado. This one is probably the closest one we're using. It's about 6,800 feet. So we're technically above the best layer to detect the tornado. We're kind of in the mesocyclone word of things. But we should be able to have a stronger velocity signal with the mesocyclone. And we don't. We don't even have a debris signature on this either. I'm looking. I'm going to do split the panel. That's the best way to verify this. So the report was for Clinton, right? Alright, and I'm going to see if it did anything significant as far as damage goes. If it did, it'll show up in the radar data, and it means it hit something, right? And if that's the claim, then we should be able to see it show up on the debris signature. So far, nothing. Keep going. Nothing. Alright, so as far as the radar data goes, if it did hit anything at all, the tornado was not strong enough to lift it above 5,000 feet to be detected. So that's the latest with that one. So we'll continue to monitor it on this one here on the north. So we have 2 tornadic storms. This one here in northwest Oklahoma continues. So Custer City, stay in your shelter, and up toward Thomas. And the time on this, so obviously Custer City here right now on the east side of town, just so you know. And then after that, it's going to head toward Thomas at 8:36, Fay at 8:55, and then Custer City. Well, it's already got Custer City. Okay, and then the probability of a tornado on here is, it only says 25%. So the algorithms are not very happy with that ability to produce. All right, let's go back down here. The other tornado warning, remember it had lifted, and a new one, I believe, may be developing. A new warning came out anyways. So we'll go take a look at that. This is north of Manitou. It was going through a recycling process. Yeah, let's see. What happened with that old meso? It's way over there. Yeah, a new meso is forming, looks like. Let me go back with time. Okay, we might have a new development here. Let me see if that's in the right spot. That's noise. That's noise. Go up. No. Okay, so there's a warning there, but there's no tornado that I can see. Let's see, probability of a tornado is at 84% though. Now this does have a really good inflow notch right here to the storm, this little red highlighted area. So the storm is really feeding into some very good air. So that is a good indication that it probably will produce another tornado here. And actually, to tell you the truth, I believe this would be the developing tornado. Yeah, so that's going to be the developing tornado if it can tighten up. So this one here is trying to come down if it hasn't already. Yeah, algorithm set, or the data says it hasn't yet. And oh, okay, that radar data is a little delayed. Let's go to this one. Okay, this one's updated. So the radar does slicing tilts, and the lowest tilt updates every 2 minutes. Some of the other ones take sometimes as long as 5 minutes to update. And that one was on the 5 minute range. I was like, it's been too long for an update. So we'll go back to the floor. It's good convergence, but I don't see a confirmed tornado on radar anyways just yet. Probability of a tornado though is 84%, and the official warning on this is still for Comanche County, Kiowa, Tillman, a severe storm capable of producing a tornado is located 4 miles northeast of Manitou, moving northeast at 30. A tornado in golf ball size hail. Radar indicated rotation. Let's see, we got Snyder, Indiahoma, Manitou, Cooperton, Mears, southwestern Fort Sill, and Wichita Mountains Wildlife Refuge.
Turning on 33 right now, headed towards Custer City.
Okay.
Crap out here.
Alright. Having a tough time seeing it out there. Let's see. So he's in this vicinity here. Did his live feed ever go back up? Let's take a look. While that's loading. Alright, and real quick at that look. So that particular tornado for Custer City is, looks like still relatively weak on road 2310, intersection of 960. So that's where the Custer City tornado is roughly located, which is south of town by about 2 miles. But again, it looks very weak on radar. But we're only measuring the mesocyclone part, so that won't give us a good gauge at tornado wind speeds. It does say probability of a tornado is only 15% for whatever good that's worth. May not be for much good. We'll see if he gets any eyes on it. There was a report of a tornado cone structure about 10 minutes ago. It's the last report I've seen of a tornado, so it may have lifted or at least become obscured. Okay, so this one looks like it's finally probably produced one. Let's take a look. Yeah, so this one finally is tightened up on the radar. Still not the strongest signal I've seen, but it'll do. So it's kind of where this triangle is the area of interest here. This is where the tornado would roughly be. And the wording on this, I believe, has changed as well. Let's take a look. I think there might have been an update. Yeah, there was an update 1 minute ago. All right, tornado warning continues. It's been confirmed. So obviously a storm spotter saw something. 6 miles southeast of Snyder, moving northeast to 25. Again, Snyder, Indiahoma, Cooperton, Mears, southwestern Fort Sill, Wichita Mountains Refuge. Okay, so this is going to pass up over Highway 62 here in a few minutes and come into the new county. This will pass, the tornado part of it will pass east of Snyder and west of Indiahoma. Let's see, what is it over right now? Let's do our little check. Again, the flatlands, and of course you have the Wichita Mountain area. So some trees and some bushes and stuff, and then there are a peppering of some houses coming up. So a little different terrain this time around than before. So it's a little bit more of a threat to human life at this point. But at least it's not in the main town, so that's the slightly good news that we have. And it continues to tighten up a bit. Yeah, it's getting stronger. There's a new scan just came in. And let's see here. Yeah, this is it right here. That's coming up on, let's see, North Road 2290. That runs north and south across the county line. But other than that, you saw what was under, and it's more open land. Okay, so let's see. Let's do track here for this one. It's not going to affect any major communities on the track, so that's good. Of course, Mountain Park and Snyder, you guys are going to get some of the smaller hail that's with this. It's not as much of a hail producer as the last storm was. Let's see. Snyder's roughly about 8. Well, it's now. That's for the hail part. You're going to miss the tornado part, by the way. It's going to pass to your east about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 miles right along 62 in this little creek. Let's see if that creek name comes up. Yeah, Deep Red Creek Stream. So if you drive over a bridge, you know where that's at, and Highway 62, that's where the tornado's going to cross over. Let me do a wind speed analysis on this one. Oh, it just updated on me. Here we go. Looks like probably an EF1 strength tornado. So that's weaker than the one that we had before. Alright, this is again in southwest Oklahoma for kind of tuning in. Wondering where we're tracking these tornadoes at. That's where one is, southwest Oklahoma. The other one is in western Oklahoma, north of Clinton and Rapo. It's passed to the southeast of Custer City here recently. And heading up toward Thomas. What's left of it? Let's see. I'm going to have to switch radars. It's getting out of the view of this one. So we'll go back down here to this one and I'll switch windows. And this one continues to get stronger. Alright, let's see here. Oh, by the way, the wind shear in that area still looks just as good as it did before, but actually a little better because the speed is kind of just a little bit to 50 knots since the low level just kicked in. So the wind shear is still adequate for tornadoes down here in southwest Oklahoma. Alright, so we're going to switch to this radar view and see what we have. Just some broad rotation overall is what I see. There's no confirmation of any touchdown here recently. The last one was like 20 minutes ago. So it's going to be hard to say because it's kind of out of radar coverage and there's no storm chasers to update us. So you kind of have to just go with, you know, what it was in the past. Alright, this one down here in Snyder, let's see. Alright, this one has outbound winds up around 60 miles per hour and then inbound winds that are also up around 60 because it folds over there. So it's 120 miles per hour of shear, so it's almost as strong as it was the old one that we tracked. So just as I say that, the Weather Service just says we're going considerable in the tag based on the magnitude of the velocity couplet. So that's what they did on the last one for that reason alone, because we had couplet gate to gate of 120 mile per hour winds. I think at one point we measured 130 at the peak. So this is kind of the same idea. Let's see here. Latest track on this one, 1660, is the intersection of this tornado. And that is going to be east of 2290 and west of 2310. It'll be crossing over. I jogged a little to the east. That's the first jog I've seen. Rather than moving due northeast, it now moved due northeast. So it's changed its course a little bit. Highway 62 right now is where it's going to be aiming for. And what highway is this? 54. It's going to pass just southeast of 54 and 62. May pass as far east as 2320. So that's where that tornado is going to be. This is 58, 60 miles per hour. Still a strong EF1 tornado on the algorithms. Yeah, last two scans have at the upper end of an EF1 strength. So just confirmation now that the tornado is crossing 62 and 54, just on the east side of that intersection. So the tornado, which actually, believe it or not, has weakened considerably, is basically right about here. It's still on the ground though, but the velocity data is a lot weaker. So this could mean that it's losing its intensity. Yeah, even all the algorithms are even getting lower. But they are reporting it as a multi-vortex. And we keep seeing this multi-vortex style look. Of course, it was also reported as a large cone tornado, so sure seems to be changing back and forth. But at nighttime, it's just hard to see. Let's see. There's the official tornado report. Popped up. So if you notice with these reports of a large tornado, right, we should be seeing a lot of damage, and we're not, and that's just because we've been grateful that it's been over non-city populated areas. So for example, where it crossed over, the worst thing we've had has been a couple little lots and a few farmhouses, but that's it. Very few, I think less than 5. So hopefully they're all okay. They sought shelter. But that's the latest with this particular tornado. It looks like a debris ball, so it looks like it had to have picked up something in the last couple minutes. Let me go down here. Yeah, it picked up something in the last couple of minutes when it crossed over 62. Hopefully it wasn't a car driving, a couple of cars. But if you look right here, this is the debris ball and the reflectivity. And if you look at our debris signature, that's the blue area right here. So it is a co-located feature. All right. So let's move into the northeast. It's got a classic hook appendage and actually increasing in strength again. It may have weakened there briefly on radar for that one scan, but it's starting to come back a little stronger. Looks like we're at an EF2, a weak EF2 category of wind speeds. Okay, so again, we're down here in southwest Oklahoma. This is for the storm, the hook echo, and you can definitely see the structure of the supercell. And remember what I told you about a hook echo? It wants to do like a 6, something like that. And so you can definitely see the difference between this one and the ones we were looking at earlier. This is more classic. This is the way they're supposed to look when they do try to produce a tornado or are producing a tornado. Outside of that, there's no other storm around. It's just that one. So this will be the one that we'll focus on, continue to focus on. Let me see if this warning's been updated any. No, still large and extremely dangerous tornado located, well, it's going to be past Snyder now, east of Snyder, moving northeast to 25. Still Cooperton, southwestern, Fort Sill, Wichita Mountains Wildlife Refuge. Passing west of Oklahoma. So kind of the same area. Man, when I do see these supercell storms with the tornado, I just, man, when they go right in between towns, that is the best thing to see. Last thing you want is go into a highly populated area. But the good news is in Oklahoma, there's a lot of land. So the looks like the velocity data is folded over. Impressive. That means the winds have gone up quite a bit more. Now, the algorithm for producing a tornado was pretty low earlier. Now it's at 93%. So the algorithm has caught on reality anyways. All right, let's go back to the other storm in coming to northern Oklahoma, Thomas. There's still a tornado track on this, by the way. It's still an official tornado warning. We're going to update the warning verbiage here in a second. Just want to see where the latest is located. Yeah. So best guess is, at this point in time, coming up on Little Deer Creek. Is that a road or is that the actual creek? No, the road is 2380. And the crossroad is East Road 900. This is west of 54 by about 2 miles, 3 miles. South of Thomas, about 2 miles. So that's where it's passing. It's passing 2 miles south of Thomas. Okay, the verbiage on this one. Let's see if this has been updated. Yeah, a couple minutes ago. Tornado warning continues for northeastern Custer County, southwestern Blaine, and southeastern Dewey counties. A severe storm capable of producing a tornado located 4 miles southwest of Thomas, moving northeast of 25. Tornado in ping pong ball size hail. Of course, Thomas is the only community in the path, and as we just discussed, it'll pass south. The tornado itself should pass south of you on its current trajectory, but obviously stay in your shelters. Okay, so we're going to zoom in here. Same idea. A lot of open farmland. I do see there are a couple of farmhouses in its path there on either side of this line. That's very close. So again, hopefully those guys will be okay. So we have just off of checking out of where these tornadoes have been. It looks like on the count of 2 hands, there's been about 10 farmhouses so far in the path of any of these tornadoes that we've tracked. Now obviously 1 is too many, but 10 is what we've seen so far. Alright, so big picture here. Elsewhere over the state, quiet. Oklahoma City, it's quiet. 2 tornadic storms out here in western and west central Oklahoma. You can break up Oklahoma, by the way, in different parts. There's a tornado up here in the Panhandle. It finally happened. So, that's not what I wanted. Oh, he's got his feedback up. Good. Alright, let's see, what was I on? Oh, we're going to look at that one here in a second. But I wanted to do this, especially for those of you folks that are new. So here's the I-35 corridors. This is considered central Oklahoma. And so central could run something like this, right? It's the center part of the state. Now, if you want to say central Oklahoma in specific terms, you're probably meaning like a circle, right? Like that would be central. You were thinking center. If you say eastern Oklahoma, you say the whole thing, the eastern third of the state. If you say western Oklahoma, you're looking at at least the western third of the state, right? So that's kind of how you break it down. Now, if you want to say southwest Oklahoma, you'd probably say the southwest quadrant. If you say northwest Oklahoma, you probably say the northwest quadrant. So when you hear terms like northwest, southwest, western, central, that's kind of how in the weather world we view it. it's obviously you need to know your counties where you live, and you need to know whatever town or city you live nearby. So when we hear you hear us call them out, you'll have a frame of reference. Okay, so back to this Mountain Park supercell. The traumatic feature is crossing right along this stream here, Sally Creek Stream, and let's see here, what road is this? Crossroad, and this is northwest or 277th Street. This is east of Medicine Park by about 5 miles or so. Okay, so this is the tornado couplet. Place a marker here. It looks pretty strong. Yeah, still an EF2 likely tornado. So that's wind speeds up around 130 miles per hour. It does have one of the stronger rotation signatures I've seen. Well, that was the last scan it did. It's weird. It went from hardly anything, crazy strong, and then hardly anything again. I think the algorithms are having some trouble. There seems to be some type of data gaps here. Might be some clutter or something that they're struggling with. But anyway, it's still a strong tornado. The cross correlation coefficient. The debris signature does show debris rotating around. So the debris signature is this spot here that is now co-located inside the mesocyclone. So if this whole circular area is inside the overall spinning column of the atmosphere, and the tornado is rotating back inside, it's kicking in this debris and it's just spinning inside. Almost think of it like a hurricane is trapped in the eye of the hurricane, something like that. And so that's what it's picking up on. Okay, the path on this one, like we said, it's not over any open town, community, city. So that's good. It's northeast of Snyder by 7 miles, 8 miles. The closest town that it's coming up towards will be Carnegie. And that's going to be a while. Alden is before then, but it's 9:19. That's over 30 minutes from now. Now, of course, that's assuming it continues on its northeastward track. If for whatever reason it decides to kind of move more to the east, it may come between Apache and Anadarko with time. But they're still reporting a large tornado on the ground. So we're still looking at about an EF2 potential tornado here. And for those of you folks that are joining me, let's go ahead and do that. EF2 is wind speeds up around 111 to 135 miles per hour. Does considerable damage. Roofs are torn off well-constructed homes. Homes are shifted off their foundation. Mobile homes completely destroyed. Large trees snapped or uprooted, and cars can be tossed. So that's kind of the category of tornadoes so far we're dealing with tonight. I have not seen any indication of anything stronger, but we've also dealt with the EF1 at times. So they're kind of bouncing around between a strong 1 and a weak 2. Let's pull up his deal. I don't know. So he was near Rapo when he was last live, and then he took off driving in the dark. I think he probably lost it. Okay. I don't think he's still up. Nope, he's finished. Alright, so I'll check in if he decides. Well, he's gone live. There he is. He's just driving. I don't know where he's driving. I'll have to check in with him. But I'm sure if he saw something, he'd let me know. But bad cell phone service tonight. Okay, so let's see here. Let's do this. We're looking at, yeah, it's well into the conditional probability of an EF1, 86%, and a 59% probability of EF2. So you're still probably talking about a EF2 tornado. And this is the one in southwest Oklahoma. So very large tornadoes still being reported from storm spotters. For example, this guy right here, 3 miles to his south. He's crazy because this thing is obviously coming in a north-east fashion. So I don't know where he's going to seek shelter. He would have to go east really quick. I'm not really sure why he would be sitting where he's sitting. It's not a safe place to sit, but I'm not him. But anyway, so there's obviously the tornado there. It's a mile away from him. Let's see here. Probability of a tornado is still at 93%. Well, we know there is one guaranteed. I think yesterday I saw at 98 or 99% at one point. Very strong tornado though. Okay, any updates on this one? Alden's still at 924. That's the latest track for this. This is passing between Cooperton and Mears, west of Medicine Park, south of Carnegie. So it's kind of in the sweet spot of no man's land for the most part. Tragic thunderstorm will continue in that region. I see no reason why it will weaken. The other one, remember, it got off the instability of the older data, which indicated it would probably get off that axis and weaken, right? Well, it took a while longer than it was supposed to. It did ramp up actually right when it was on that line, but then now that it's off the line, it has weakened and they've dropped the tornado warning on it. So they're back to just a severe thunderstorm warning for this one. It was getting really difficult to even see if there was any circulation there at all, so they were just tracking the left circulation for this one. From Thomas to Oakwood to Fay, but the radar data just doesn't seem to really show much. Let's see, looks like he's in a spot. Let me see his view. Lightning flashes, car lights. Let me just ask where he's at. I just saw your feed. Looks like a little lowering there of a wall cloud and maybe a funnel. So right here is where we're looking. That's why nighttime chasing is very hard. So wait for him to respond. He, last I had heard, was northbound out of Clinton to chase this guy. So we'll see if he's still doing it. Okay, he's back on the road, so he's just going to try to stay with it. Okay, so they dropped the tornado warning on that, but you can see this still has a wall cloud. It may not produce another tornado, but at least it still has some look to it there of maybe it trying to. Okay, so meanwhile, our one down here in southwest Oklahoma, update on this. It has become occluded, so it's become a rain wrap. So this is going to be an HP monster beast tornado embedded within it, and you probably will get no more visualization. I think it's going to be really hard to see at this point. The reason why you say that is because you see how the center of the tornado is right here, where this triangle is, and look how much rain is wrapped all the way around it. If you're a storm chaser, you just can't see through all this rain to see what's back here. So it's got that look of it's becoming occluded, and usually when this happens, they will die. It takes a little bit, depending on some of the other conditions, but otherwise they typically cut off their inflow, what feeds them, which is warm, moist air from the environment that rushes in like this. And if they become too occluded back out in here, they've cut themselves off from the moisture supply, right? So what that happens, and this usually dies, and then you have to wait for a new circulation to kind of start to develop, and then rotate around, something like this, and then you get a whole new tornado. But that would be a whole new life cycle. So we'll see what happens with this now. But that's the way that looks. Alden still 928. All right. So the center of this is at northwest 277 and just north of 49, State Highway 49. Is there a SCN? So State Highway 49 goes west, and that turns into a 49 SCN for scenic route probably. Anyway, so from there to 277th Street is where that tornado is located currently. Let me see if there's a debris signature still with this, and there's not much of one. It looks like that's over. So that would tell me that it probably lifted and or it ran out of things to hit. The velocity data indicates it's lifting. It's getting much weaker with each passing minute. So my guess is that it's already come close to ending. Maybe it's a funnel or very, very weak.
Pretty good size low.
He's having trouble with the signal tonight. I did not make out any of that. Did you? Okay, so let's see what kind of configuration we have here. We probably have 2 tornadoes developing. Yeah, we do. So the old one's become occluded. It's slowly trying to die. And they have a new one. So this is the old one, still hanging on there. It's probably just a weak tornado at this point. And then we have a new one right here that's developing. That's on 49 as well. So both of these were on 49. And this one is probably going to wrap to the northwest a little bit more, like move northwest, and then start moving northeast. That's actually kind of how it recycled the last time when it was way down southwest. That one we tracked died out, and then one formed back to its east, which is usually the way that works. So we'll end up getting a newer tornado that'll take shape out of this one as the old one dies, and then the new one will probably intensify, and this old one is still hanging on briefly, but it's got to be slow to die out here. It's very hard to have twin tornadoes, by the way, at the same time. It's usually not something that lasts long. And let's see what the new information is on this. Probability of a tornado is 93%. And we have updated warning 2 minutes ago. Tornado warning remains in effect until 9 for northwestern Comanche and southeastern Kiowa counties. The radars indicated 2 tornadoes, one 8 miles east of Mountain Park and one 5 miles north of Indiahoma. moving northeast at 25. Yeah. Let's see what else. Southwestern Fort Sill and western Wichita Mountains Wildlife Refuge is in the path. Okay, so this will be passing between Medicine Park and Roosevelt, heading up toward Alden. The Alden timeline keeps adjusting just little by little. It's at 9:28. So that's the latest with that one. Remember, it's the only storm out here in southern Oklahoma. So, all right. So the Weather Service has reissued the warning to the north. Looks like the Weather Service issued a warning on your storm. All right. So twisted weather here is in the right place, the right time. Remember, all we saw was like a little wall cloud that he had at one point. So we'll see what comes of that. Let's go get the details on the map, though. Okay, so new tornado warning for this one. The wording on it from the Weather Service says the following. Northeastern Custer County, tornado warning, and northern Blaine County and southeastern Dewey County. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado located near Thomas, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. Let's see, this is all radar indicated. Watonga, Thomas, Canton, Hitchcock, Oakwood, Eagle City, Fay, and Southern. Alright, so that is where we got this little cluster of a storm here, heading up toward Fay. So Fay, you're definitely in the immediate path of the developing tornado. Thomas, you're on the south end of it. Let's see if the radar tells us anything on the velocity data that we didn't already have before. Does not. Nothing looks any better than it did. Matter of fact, it looks the same. No debris signature, a messy looking reflectivity structure, and not a very strong velocity couplet at all. Matter of fact, I really don't even see a significant one at all. But you never discard a tornado warning. Somebody may have seen, remember we did see the lowering, the wall cloud. So maybe that was finally relayed and reported, and then that therefore went ahead and sparked the warning. Could be a number of reasons. Regardless, seek shelter if you live in Fay. If you're in the north end of Thomas, by a couple of miles, and heading up toward Eagle City as this potentially tornadic thunderstorm is heading in your direction. This is coming into western Blaine County. Alright, let's go back down to Frederick area. So we're now down to southwest Oklahoma again, west of Medicine Park. How's this cell look? Remember at one point we had dual tornadoes on it. Let's see what happens here. And we still have two dual circulations. But the western one is gone. It's a broad area of circulation, so I think that tornado is gone. It should be anyway. And this new one, struggling, I'd have to have a spotter say they confirm it because radar is not all that impressive with it. Both of them look like generic broad circulations. This one here, let me see, a little noise there. Let me see if I can get out of the noise. Yeah. Spectrum was too noisy. Yeah, that's not it. Okay. That new circulation just didn't have much luck. It just didn't do much. The old one, believe it or not, still hanging on there. They're both trying to hang in there as far as just a broad mesoscale feature and a rotation, but other than that, as far as a significant tornado, it does not have that in the radar structure. Alright, so anyway, regardless, you'll still want to be in your shelters if you live between Mears and Cooperton, about halfway in between the two. It's coming up on Highway 115 here within the next, 20 20 minutes. It'll cross over 115 and 19. Does 19 go over there? Does it cross, or is this called another road in the intermediary? No, it's still 19. All right, so 19 and 115 is where this potential tornado will cross over if it's still hanging on. The mesocyclone feature, anyways, which has a history of producing a tornado. Okay. Yeah, the data is very noisy, and this this little hot pink area is not at all what it is. It's just contamination, data contamination. All right, so we'll get back to that here in a minute. We'll let it do something. Let's go in northwest Oklahoma again. Check out our Faye storm. Gotta stay in your shelters. Let's see if our live feed is still rolling up there. It was there a minute ago. Of course, I go to check on it. It stops. I know Jeff was, I think, live in Kansas earlier. I think he was hanging near the Oklahoma border. I could have swore I saw a live thing for him. Come across my phone. Yeah, I did. 55 minutes ago.
Everybody, we're up here in Southwest Kansas. 8:20.
All right. Which is weird because it showed up on my phone, but it didn't show up here on this YouTube page on the computer. How does that work? That makes no sense. There it is under videos. Huh, his live doesn't show up under home page. He needs to fix that. I gotta tell him. All right, anyway, so let's see. So my guy is still trying to find something. For you guys up there around Faye, let me see. I see you parked. Are you near Faye? All right, while waiting for an answer there, let's see if it looks any different on radar. My computer's dogging it. Oh, my memory is not happy. Uh-oh. Come on, you can do it. Oh boy. When things start moving slower, you know you're in trouble. Okay, let's see here.
Severe hail detected.
I'm at the junction of, I believe it's 58 and
Okay, so he's here.
58 and 270, right at that junction, waiting on it to come to me.
Okay, so he's right here.
To the bay.
I'm looking back toward Faye. And he's looking at this kind of a circulation, this weak circulation here. That's back into Faye. There's an old one right here, but it's not really doing anything. So we'll see if anything develops in and near the Faye area. He'll have a good view. It's not nearly as clear of a base view to see, like we saw earlier. And we gotta wait for lightning flashes to make anything out. Alright, well, I'll go back to him. There we go. Yeah, it's gonna have to be a little closer because we're just getting a lot of mid-level clouds in the shot. So check the wind shear down here in southern Oklahoma. So the low-level jet still kicked in, still got 50 knots, still a little weak there at 9,000 feet. Let me check the hodograph. The hodograph at, well, that's not recent. There we go. Last few. We had a little storm contamination, looks like. Alright, we won't use that one anymore. We'll go to Oklahoma City, see how that looks. Alright, hodograph is still conducive for tornadoes here in central Oklahoma. Has this nice curve structure to it. You have to smooth it out to go like this, and that's not bad for a tornado. Let's see. Let's check out the Tidwar. Same idea. I didn't expect anything different, really. Alright, so what this is using is Weather Service radars to look at the wind speed and direction at different levels of the atmosphere. And they can tell us that how conducive it is for a tornado. Alright, so we'll keep checking with him. Let's go south here, back down toward Mears. Probability of a tornado is at 92% still. Remember Alden, we've been saying your name for about the last 30 minutes. You can get the hail core for sure. Any potential tornado? Looks like a pretty good couplet there. Or is that noise? No, that's a good couplet. Okay, so we got a new couplet then that's formed. So it says strengthened to the point where we have a very strong signature for an EF2 tornado. Now, I need to verify this to make sure. Yeah, it's right on the tip of the hook, so I'm going to have to call it, say it's good. That's a good readout. We'll see what the next scan is, but if that's the case, that would be another strong, significant tornado, and it would be co-located with the debris signature. So, yeah, there's a circular look to it. Let me see. Position. Yeah, it's right now in the middle of the hook. Debris ball. So, alright, so we have probably an EF2 tornado ongoing right now. So that's probably the strongest I've seen it here recently. Even ZDR is down the negatives. Okay, so this is your new tornado. We just watched it form literally just within a couple minutes. It's just the old circulation that finally strengthened back up. So let's do a track on this. Has it changed any? Alden at 926, Broxton at 944. So let's put that on this guy. All right. Alright, so for the immediate path of the arrow over the next few minutes, it will not affect any towns or communities. Let me get the speed and direction on. I'll draw one by hand, and we'll take it out a little farther in time. So this is moving northeast 43 degrees at 20. Oh, that's why. Yeah. Alright. It's just no major towns or communities for the time that's going to be active. That's good. It'll be crossing over 115 though. And coming across 115 looks like 19. State Highway 19 and, 58. That'll probably be the intersection of this tornado here within the next 10 minutes. And then here's 115, first in line. Now let's see what's underneath it. Remember, we got to go back and get a sanity check. Good news. See this? Trees. So the debris ball signature is from the trees. And this line track continues over open field, open farmland, trees, etc., mountain terrain, wildlife terrain, west of Boone. Alright, man, I'm telling you, so far we're doing so good at getting these tornadoes over this type of a situation. So if you're going to have them where they don't affect hardly anyone. Alright, so that's the latest with this one. Let's go back to our guys up north, see if anything's changed. I may have to kill some of these windows to make my computer happy. Okay, so he was sitting right here. Last I checked, 58, unless he's moved. He's still there. He's on the move. Or he's repositioning. Let's see. He's on the move. So you can watch Twisted Weather off my website, AaronTuttleWeather.com. Go to the live streaming tab, and then any of the storm chasers that stream, you can watch it there. You can click on their individual pages and watch them live there as well. It's just hard to make anything out because it's not a visual storm anymore. He would have to be really close to something. But he's in the right place just to see if something were to happen. So this is the overall circulation center. It's almost on top of him. So he's close. Just right now, there's just nothing tightening there. All right. Let's go back to Frederick here. When I say Frederick, I mean the radar down there, not the actual town. It's past there. Alright, so this has, looks like weakened since that last couple frames we saw. Yeah, it was the strongest there, crossing over 115. You know what, while we're waiting for that a minute, we'll come back and update both of those, but let me see what the data shows for tonight. Where am I going? Let's do this. Okay, so the latest high resolution HER model, it sees that storm south and it sees the one north, and you notice it vaporizes both of them. They don't make it much further, either one. So let's back this up. There's 9 o'clock. Okay, we're the 9 o'clock hour. Has them both going kind of north-northeast. That one fizzles at I-40. The next one, though, still hangs in there, but it lost its helicity tracks. So, meaning it probably lost its low-level rotation, but still probably has mid-level. Stuff out in the panhandle goes nuts. Probably some couple of tornadoes out there with those. Through about 1 o'clock in the morning. And there's 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, etc., etc. Okay. So the models have really lost some of its intensity. Let's take a look at the forecast sounding ahead of the atmosphere, ahead of these. Still potential tornadoes though with that line. There may be more QLCS type tornadoes, but there's plenty of shear there with that's 455 meters squared per second squared of effective inflow, storm relative helicity. So the good hodograph. So we still might have to deal with some tornadoes even at 2 and 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. When they come to Oklahoma City though at 5 a.m., that's, by the way, just so you know, is a huge lull in tornadic activity that time of the day. And as such, the parameters here are becoming completely unfavorable compared to before. Everything's really dropping. So this says the odds of getting a tornado in Oklahoma City is extremely rare by the time they move in. That's good to hear, by the way. Good to see. So compared to the next few hours, the atmosphere isn't nearly as favorable once we get past 3 o'clock in the morning. Alright, now that was the run at 7 that had the sounding data in. Let's just see if the next hour after that had anything different. And remember, we have another storm system on Thursday. It looks like it's also going to come in at night. Alright, let's see. There's 2, 3, 4, 5 a.m. It's an hour slower than the prior model run, and it's not nearly as bullish on everything. Just kind of weakens everything. Still goes crazy in the panhandles, of course, in far northwest Oklahoma like Woodward, but then after that, dramatic change in appearance. Let's take a look at the forecast sounding for Oklahoma City about that time. Yeah, still a lot of unfavorable things happening. The shear's messy. It's not a classic supercell structure. It's a squall lines. You have to deal with the QLCS type tornadoes. The shear, though, is still stupid high, and that's the problem. Because, in other words, anything that spins is like super amped up to spin even more. So it's not like you can't rule one out when, if one were to happen, it'd probably be significant. Now, those QLCS tornadoes that were typically F0, F1, but they usually don't have this type of volatile environment to form in. They usually form the leading edge of a squall line. And I have covered QLCS tornadoes here in Oklahoma City that managed to hit EF2 strength, and I think maybe one hit briefly EF3. It's the first time I've ever seen that happen. Most of them though are zeros and ones. This could be a night where you could get the 2 or the 3, but those usually are very short-lived, a couple minutes at most. So we'll see. There's always a trade-off to everything. All right, so back on our tornadic storm here northwest of Mears. By the way, this is passing north of Mears by about 1, 2, 3, 4 miles to your northwest. All right, looks like it's on the Tri-County line here. No. Let's see. No, it's just some bad velocity data. Not quite there.
Head down towards the one that's coming up from the south. A little closer to home for me. I'm in Mustang, so I'd rather be closer to the family.
Okay, sounds good. Models have it weakening as it gets to I-40, so we'll see what happens.
Sounds good. I might get a little bit south and see if I can get it to do something before it gets to 40. We'll see. I'm in almost Watonga now, so I'll be headed that way.
Sounds good. Thank you, sir. Let's see. There was some wind damage reported in Clinton. Roof removed from a structure on the east side of Clinton. Several structures damaged at the airport. So that's when that tornado formed in that area. All right, see what kind of damage there is when the daylight approaches. Okay, so over here in Alden, you're going to get the hail core. The particular tornado circulation is passing to your south. It's halfway between you and Boone is where this thing's going to track. It's basically this little yellow line you see right here on the screen. So that'll cross over 19 here in about, let's see, 15 minutes. Okay, now let's go up to the storm that my storm chaser just left. Now we'll see if anything came of this. Eagle City. So there's still an official tornado warning on here, but he was obviously underneath it and he didn't see anything. He was there northeast of Fay. And so if he left it, that means there was nothing visual to make him stay. So we're going to let that one go. Now, if you do remember, the models did have this thing continuing to weaken to the point to where there was no low-level circulation at all, and then kind of had it hanging on through west of Enid before dissipating. So that's what the latest data said. That would make sense. It is kind of getting out of the rich, unstable air mass. But we shall continue to keep an eye on it for you. So if you guys are in O'Keene, know this storm will be approaching you at, let's see, this is 9:14 for Eagle City. Well, that's already passed. That's for the hail core. You're in it now. It just beyond the 45-minute window for O'Keene. You're at the end of that. So we're probably talking, let's see, when does this one expire? Till 9:30. Alright, so you're looking probably 9:40 for O'Keene. Alright, let's see what this guy's doing. Probability of a tornado, well, hail is 41%. It doesn't give me the probability of a tornado on that one. Let's go to this one. This says probability of a tornado is 90% for the, we'll call it the, what's the closest town? The Alden storm. It's funny how the same, there's, that one says probability of a tornado, 81%. Somehow I got hail on the other one. Huh. Alright. Okay. Just to give you an idea how far away this is from Oklahoma City, this current track should take it into the western sides of Canadian County. Probably up to about El Reno, maybe. Yeah, probably past just west of El Reno, the way it looks right now. And if the models are correct, it should weaken quite a bit.
Severe hail detected.
Alright, so the tornado warning cancels for Custer County but continues for Blaine. That's our northern storm for potential tornado circulation near Eagle City. But we looked at that and it was really weak. Yeah, it's just this little tiny little couplet here right along 58, Highway 58, about 3 miles south of Eagle City. It's closest road here on the south side is East Road 760. So not all that impressive. And the Weather Service is actually going to let this warning expire. So it will make it about as, it'll cross over 51A out here in the booties and probably fall apart between and Hitchcock. They're not planning on extending the warning. So if you live in Blaine County, you're under a tornado warning for a while longer. For the next 10 minutes, I think it is. And but there's nothing's been cited in a long time. So the plan is to let it expire. So you can breathe easy while you remain in your shelters. And I see nothing on radar to indicate anything other than that. All right. As a reminder, some big storms up here in the Panhandle, tornadic storms, and there's been some reports. This is out here west of Beavers and Hooker. This is east of Guyman. Brief rope tornado west of Hooker. That was about 10 minutes ago. So we do have some confirmation up here, and there's some other big storms out here in Kansas. I believe Jeff is out here in the Oklahoma Panhandle, and we could look at his stream. At least see what kind of visibility he's dealing with there. Let's close that one.
At Hipton Tires.
Alright, we'll let that commercial air. While we're letting that air, we'll go down here again. Alright, so southern Oklahoma still looks good. Reflectivity structure. Nice little debris ball in the Hook Echo region. So it has at least picked up something. So dust, leaves, trees, shrubs, bushes. It's got very broad, strong circulation. It just doesn't have a very tight couplet. Yeah, actually, I don't see much indication in the velocity data of a tornado. This would be one of those where it's probably funnel or is very weak, just because the signature is so weak. Let's see here. Let me update the speed and direction. See if that changed any. No. So it's crossing over Highway 19 right now. North Road 2480 is the nearest intersection. So this is passing to the south of Alden. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Alright, let's go see if what Jeff has, if he has anything. Alright, so he's driving somewhere in the Panhandle. He's in hot pursuit of these guys out here. So, I don't know, maybe he's on 412. He's either on 412 or 64. Of course, he could also be on this little guy in Kansas, but he was on a tornado warned storm earlier, and this wasn't tornado warned. So my guess he's in the Panhandle. But if there's a alright, let's go back down here to our two storms. A lot of lightning with this. It's a big storm, big strong storm, heavy rainfall. Still has a nice hook echo on it. Probability of a tornado is still at 74%. So it really hasn't weakened much. It's holding its own. There's been no confirmation of a tornado. That's why the warning box is red again instead of purple. If it's purple, it's got a visual confirmation. If it's red, tornado radar indicated. So we're in the radar indicated stage. It's going off a hook echo and prior wind mesocyclone measurements, and it does have a little better circulation at 4,000 feet.
All clear. There are no storms presently in your area of interest.
Than it does at, let's see, what are we, 2,600 feet. But it's got a nice hook, so if it isn't producing a tornado, it's close. It's just hanging in there. Alright, so again, that's Alden. You guys are or well north of this circulation feature. It's going to pass to your southeast by about 5 miles, looks like. Heading up eventually toward Fort Cobb and Anadarko between the two. So we'll track it on the way up to there. Let's go back into our guy that was hanging around into northwestern Oklahoma here. See if he's done anything different. So we'll see what's happening with this one. No, and they've actually let the whole warning expire, like everything. Like there's not even a severe thunderstorm warning on it. But they do have a track of what was left of the circulation area they were watching. But it's nothing to write home about. They just left a marker of the most intense winds probably within the storm. So this storm has lost its structure as far as supercell goes, and it's kind of a hybrid, mushy garbage cell. I'm going to take a look upstairs. See if there's anything that impresses me. Alright, it's 40,000 feet tall. It's short. Oh, the core. Look at this. See the red? The core is only at 20,000 feet. It's not even in the hail growth zone. Barely. So, this is a sad little storm is what this is. So super sad. Like, I'd be embarrassed if I was a storm and this is what I had to offer. Just go down to some hail. Can I find any? There's a little bit of hail with it. Let's see where we have 55 dBzs, a cutoff for hail. Teeny tiny bit of hail. So pennies, nickels, dimes, maybe at most. So this storm is pretty much dead. It's not even worth discussing. So if you guys live in this area, it'll be a loud, typical thunderstorm in Oklahoma, and that's it. On this, you'll get some small hail, and you can still get pockets of wind. So at some point, you might get a little damaging wind as parts of the cell collapses. But you're not going to get a tornado out of it. Anything else of concern. So I'm going to leave that one be. That one has lost all of my interest. So if it loses my interest, it should lose your interest. I got more interest out here in Panhandle than I do there. All right, and that's for these guys way out here in slap out area or Hooker. Let's see. Yeah, I can assure you Jeff is probably on this one. All right. He's just driving. I don't know where he's at. You'd figure he'd be on it by now, shaking hands with it. All right, let's go on to southwest Oklahoma again. This is our only storm left to discuss. And if this starts to weaken as it heads a little bit more north, like the models had indicated, then we will have run out of significant weather to speak of, with the exception of the Panhandle. All right, so let's see here. Finally got some information from a spotter in the field 4 minutes ago. They saw a funnel near Highway 58. Well, this jives what I've been seeing on radar, which didn't really look like a tornado situation with the wind speeds. So I can go with a funnel based off of this look to it. So a nice hook echo with a funnel. So that was a good point I failed to mention a little while ago. We were looking at the hook, and nice structure was not all hook echoes produce tornadoes. Just because you have a hook echo does not mean it's a guaranteed tornado. We get a lot of these storms that have hook echoes, and there are no tornadoes with them. It's very hard to get a tornado, believe it or not. I know it. If you watch TV enough, you make it sound like it's super easy and we have them all the time and they're everywhere, and that is so not the case. You're going to hear a lot of talk of them, but proof is in the pudding, and we don't get that many. So I think here in Oklahoma, we average about, what's the number now? It's close to 55 or 58 a year. So that sounds like a lot, but 58 tornadoes total for the whole state, and that's over an entire year period. Do the math. That's not, and then most of them are over farmland and empty land and that kind of stuff. So, so if you're new here, just know the statistics and the odds are always in your favor. And a lot of people live in Oklahoma and will never see a tornado other than if they turn on the TV. Other than that, they will never see one with their own eyes. So keep those in the back of your mind always when we talk about tornadoes every year, okay? And then when we do talk about them, they're very, very small. If you notice, we track them like like we're on a mile by mile grid, and we're talking it's within a few hundred yards of that mile. It's like a football field in width, right? A lot of these smaller ones, because most of them are small. They're like EF zeros or EF ones. You will occasionally get some that are a mile wide or 2 miles wide, or some freaky events where it's 3 miles, but it's really 3 miles of a large mesoscale vortex with little suction baby tornadoes inside. So it's not like the whole thing is a tornado. They're usually, I think, about a mile or so is the typical size when they're at their biggest, right? So that's some information for you. Also, like I said, was it 75 or 8% or something like that is EF0, EF1, and then you go your EF2s and 3s to help make up the rest of that percentage until you get to EF4 and 5, and together those are like 3 to maybe 5% of all tornadoes. So they're called violent tornadoes. So there you go. That's 95% chance you will never see a violent tornado. All right. Now those violent tornadoes, you can still survive them, but unfortunately on a lot of that, it's either due to structural integrity of whatever it is you're inside and planning, and then luck, or you can say it's not your time to go, God's got something else in store for you. I mean, that's when you get into all that territory. And those do happen, and those are the big news stories. That's where a lot of people do lose their life, and they'll get a lot of injuries. But thank goodness those are so few and far between. I can't tell you the last time I think we saw an EF4 or 5 here in the state. I know May 3rd, 1999 is probably the biggest one. That's 22 years ago. And I know we've seen some bigger tornadoes since then. I think 2007 or 2008 I think. I think there was an EF3 or 4. I'm trying to go off of memory without looking it up. So we go years without seeing these violent ones, and we used to average one a year somewhere in the state. We go through these dry drought periods of tornadoes too. So statistically, it all averages out over time. But my only point to tell you this is that while you will hear of tragic stories, and yes, there are those, most of the time we're fine. So it's not like you're coming to a state where we just get tornadoes all the time, every day, and they're everywhere. We don't. That's not the reality. All right. So this storm still has some broad rotation with it. Doesn't scream imminent tornado, but with the last report of a potential funnel that I can buy. Hasn't anything since then reported. The hook echo is starting to become more occluded, not as well defined. So there's some changes here in the structural integrity of this thing. Honestly, I'm not really impressed with it anymore. Haven't been for a little while, and I'm really not now. I'm going to go upstairs and take a look. But just so you know, you never discredit or discount a tornado warning. I'll be here to tell you whether or not there's anything on radar or anything strong, right? And I can pass along reports of confirmations, and that's all good, but you need to listen to all that while you're seeking shelter. Okay. I look up and I can see all the TV screens from the different stations, so I can see every now and then I look up and I'll see somebody pointing to something or showing interest or whatever. I don't know what they're saying because I'm not listening. But sometimes what they're saying may not be an accurate representation. So this guy, he's only about 40,000 feet. He's got a very low hail core. This is becoming a weaker, dramatically weaker supercell. Let me see if there's even any hail, decent hail with it. That's 55 dBz. No, man, this is sad. So it doesn't even have any significant hail with it either. So this storm has probably crossed over into that axis of air where it kind of peaked, and then now it's kind of going into slightly more stable air and it's dying. Yeah, the hook's already wrapped up in on itself. This storm's dead. So you can point at dark skies all night, but that's what they are at this point. This thing is toast. It literally just died in the last few scans. It's good. I mean, the trade warning is going to expire unless they cancel it. Will expire at 9:45, 7-8 minutes. I don't think they're going to re-up it. There's a spotter that says he still sees what he thinks it might be a tornado on the ground west of Apache. It's not in that old circulation. It had to be in a new one. What time is this? 3 minutes ago? Oh, this new thing just popped up. Look at that. That came out of nowhere. It wasn't even there last scan. Look at that. So this is the tornado right here. You ready? So there's nothing there. And the next scan, there it is. So the old circulation we were watching, I was telling you, I was not impressed. It did. It died. It was gone. And this guy pops up real quick. Alright, and then the new scan. Looks like it's weaker again, but it's still there. So this is, where are we? County Road 1410 and 2520. 1410 and 2520. It just crossed over this little creek here, East Cache Creek Stream. So this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 miles west of Broxton and about 5 miles east of Alden. So that's the new tornado that just popped up a minute ago. And I was just ready to let this thing die. It looks so sad. And it still looks sad. I can't believe I actually produced a new tornado with this. Maybe it's his last hurrah. Alright, so this will be heading up eventually toward Fort Cobb, but I don't think it'll last that long. I bet you it goes in a couple of minutes. Oh, it didn't even last a couple of minutes. New scan's already come out. It's dead. Alright, so that new tornado that developed there for about 2 minutes is gone. Leftover circulation is gone. I can't even find it for you. It's going to be 1380 road coming up on that intersection with County Street 2530. So maybe I jinxed it when I said it was a sad cell and it was pathetic and dying. Because all that was true, and then it just comes out of the blue and drops a quick little baby tornado and then dies. Let's see. Let me see if it was over anything. Go back a frame. So I'll go back down here when there was still something to look at. Nope. trees, land. It's a good place for it. Probability of a tornado went up to 75% though when that had happened. Let me go back. But it was at 54%. So we can learn something from these indices. Dropped to 48%. Then did 57%. And then went up to 74%. So it ramped up. The indice ramped up and went up to 75%. How about that?
Strong meso
So I'm still learning the best way to utilize these research type things that's been invented to see for accuracy, right? So it appears we might put more weight on a ramping up of values versus just a particular value. Just because. Okay, so that's little baby tornado that we tracked there for about 2 minutes is gone. Right there. Let's see. But its energy, if you will, has gotten pulled into the old mesocyclone area that had long gone. So you kind of had two regions that have combined what was left of each other into one another, and it's trying, looks like, to try to spin up something new here. But it's trying. It's on County Road 1390 and 2520. I think I said that before. Nah, it already fell apart. But that's where the two would be if it ends up trying to do something. So I can't tell you that Fort Cobb looks like it's sounding their sirens because of this approaching weakened area of circulation. Unless something new spins up, there is nothing that's going to threaten you in the short term. The Weather Service will go ahead and probably issue another warning, but it won't be one of those short ones because it's like they said it here themselves. They're going to go ahead and issue one for Caddo County, but it may be short-lived. Meaning they don't have confidence that it's going to produce anything that's going to last that long. Probability of a tornado is at 72%, so they just drew the line for a potential new development and where it would be, which is where I just outlined it for you and where it's going to go. Timeline on this would take it to Fort Cobb, and let's see where we. So in about 15 minutes. At least the quote-unquote hook area has a little better reflectivity structure with it down in here. So that part has improved a little, but that makes sense given what just happened a few minutes ago. So this kind of reminds me, last night we were in a state to where I just sit here and watch it and there's nothing there, nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. And all of a sudden 1 minute it's there, 2 minutes it's there, and then it's gone. That was very frustrating because then the Weather Service would issue a warning, and as soon as they get the warning out, it's gone, it dissipated. So you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place when you're trying to do warnings that way. There's just no good way of doing it. I see there's some people need to be banned on YouTube. Let's see. Hide user on this channel. Put user in timeout. Report. Let's just put him in timeout. There you go. So I don't have time to moderate this kind of stuff, so I've got and let's see, I put you in a timeout, do a report, spam. Ooh, let me click hate speech, harassment, or bullying. I don't know. Graphic violence. I'll just put spam. Thanks, we received your report. You're welcome. Alright, well that dude's probably gonna go. Anyway, I don't have time to moderate all that stuff, so everybody's supposed to be on their best behavior, but there's freaks out there. Why, I don't know. They just are. Some people just aren't made right. They're just not made right. Okay, so let's see here. Guys in Fort Cobb, still watching the storm coming at you, but it's broad circulation. There's nothing tight, meaning there's no indications of a tornado on radar. The warning continues though, so being in your shelters is fine, but there's no other indications I have on radar. Still a little bit of a hook type echo, but the storm itself has lost all of its typical supercell structure, so I would be really surprised if it did produce another tornado like I was in this last one. But it only lasted for what, a minute and a half. So this probability of a tornado is now down to 31%. So even the algorithms have this thing going the wrong direction. That's good. That's what you want to see. Let me update the wind circulation with this. So what I'm watching, just so you guys know at home, see this green area of wind here, this red area of wind here. So for the radar system, it's going green toward and red away, right? So that's our spin. The problem is we're looking at a 1, 2, 3 mile width, 1, 2, 3 mile width and length of each one. For a confirmation of a tornado, you want these colors not only closer to each other, which they're not, but in this area here, but you also want them to be within this 1 mile box. And we don't have that 1 mile box. We have a lull. So this is more of a broad overall structural circulation of the storm than it is a tornadic type. But that's how we would watch. What we'd need is some of these pixels to come together in what we call gate to gate. So for example, this gate here would need to be like bright green, and this gate here would need to be like bright red. And then you need to have like surrounding gates that step down in color around them. And right now we have dull red, dull green, which indicates very low wind speeds. So for example, this little gate here, or pixels you would call it, is, where's my values? 20 miles per hour, and this one is 20 miles per hour. So it's not very high. And the rest of these are even lower than that in the gray area. See what old Jeff is up to. He's out. No, he's driving. Oh, wait, no. This is a whole nother YouTube stream. I guess he must have ended his stream. That's why. I wonder if he ever saw anything. Let's go back to his main page. Alright, while he's doing that, Let's go back to our guy. So if you are in Fort Cobb, stay in your shelters, but I can at least let you know that there hasn't been any strong circulation with this storm. So if there's anything there at all, it would be like a funnel type strength of anything. I'm going to go upstairs again, and I want to look at this from this view here. Cross-sectional view. This storm core is only 20,000 feet. And even if you look up aloft, so this is the column, diagonal column aloft. This would be where your tornado would be, okay? And so this is your green and your red. And these values are weak, even between the surface up to 10,000 feet. And in between them is a lot of null wind speeds. So I'm not impressed with this storm, just so you know. I still stand by it's dying. I think we just had one last hurrah there for a minute before it decided to kill over. So you can stay in your shelters there in Fort Cobb, but you can breathe easy while you do it at this point. And probably the tornado still holding the low 30s. It's already lost its hook completely. And its velocity signatures are getting weaker. It better not go for one more last hurrah. But for right now, it's not doing much of anything. My guess is it will continue to weaken, and then it'll quickly die out once it crosses over Highway 9 on in toward Binger. That's my guess here. See if there's anything else out there. Hopefully not. Good. Oh, that one storm up there in Fairview with Tonga, that thing vaporized, man. It's going to barely even make it toward Enid. Alright, the one out in Panhandle is still going good. And all we have is this guy here. So it looks like we have a report of a what would appear to be a wall cloud south of Fort Cobb. That I could buy. It's the only thing I can buy. Let's do a track on here. There was a wind gust, by the way, within this storm on the northwest side of it. I think 58 miles per hour about 15 minutes ago. It's probably the first wind I've seen. Gracemont coming up at 10:37 for what's left of this storm. This is back in the back end of it where the mesocyclone would be. You obviously get the hail and lightning along way before then. That's just the tail end of it. That's why sometimes you do storm tracks that don't make any sense. because it depends on what you're tracking. Are you tracking the edge, the anvil edge, where you still have a little bit of hail that comes down? Or are you going to track the meat and potatoes where the tornado would be, or could be, or was? Let's see. Probability of a tornado is now dropped to 29%, so it continues to weaken. The overall broad circulation is still there coming into Fort Cobb, so again, you're probably seeing a wall cloud or a lowering. But as far as anything significant, not happening. Stay in your shelter though until it moves on by. They'll do that here in a couple more minutes. It just gets weaker and weaker and weaker every scan. Let's see, about 4,000 feet on this radar. Let me go to another one for another view. Okay, this one is going to be at also 4,000 feet, so we can compare apples to apples. Can see a better view of the velocity data. Alright, well, the old circulation center is going right over Highway 9, south end and southeast end of Fort Cobb. About a mile and a half outside of town. And that's it. So I'll be signing off here soon because I don't think this is going to keep hanging on. And then I'll have to decide what to do about this stuff out here in the Panhandle. They did issue a mesoscale discussion for that, so I guess I'll go and read that real quick. I just went ahead and hid that dude that was being a tool. That was on YouTube. I think I've seen him on there before. Or I guess it could be a her. Or non-binary. Or whatever. From some of the comments, it was probably a whatever anyways. I don't think it was a human. Alright. Probability of a tornado is 19%. Drops even more. It's good news for you guys at Fort Cobb. So we get a little thunderstorm coming through. Broad, weak circulation, just as a typical storm would in this environment, but nothing low level to indicate tornado. That's good. Storm is moving on into Gracemont and Binger here shortly, clipping Albert, heading up towards Spring Creek. So what's left of this you shall get, which right now is just basically some heavy rainfall, lightning, small hail, and that's about it. Typical Oklahoma thunderstorm. Oh yeah, I was going to read that discussion. Let's That's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. By the way, let's see what the sounding looked like this evening. So we did have a little bit of a cap here in Oklahoma City. That was expected. So that helps to kill the storms a little bit. We did not really have much in the way of any surface cape or even mixed layer. It was elevated. So that's all good for killing storms. Shear was still pretty decent. Photograph was okay. All right, let's go to this little guy here. Greatest short-term threat. When was this written? About 40 minutes ago. All right, threat for tornadoes and severe winds continue across the watch area. Greatest near-term threats will reside with a pair of supercells across western Oklahoma, as well as intensifying storms across the Texas-Oklahoma panhandles. Vertical wind profilers from across the southern plains have shown strengthening flow in the lowest 2 to 3 kilometers over the past hour. Surface low across the southern and central high plains continues to deepen, and the main synoptic wave ejects into the plains. This has boosted effective storm relative helicity to around 400 meters squared per second squared across much of the watch, and aided in the organization of longevity of a pair of tornadic supercells across western Oklahoma. These two cells will continue to pose a tornado threat for the next 1 to 2 hours, but the longevity of the threat is uncertain due to less favorable thermodynamic profile environment and with eastern extent, aka moving into central Oklahoma. Additional discrete cells ahead of the approaching cold front remains possible, but appears unlikely given recent failed attempts at initiation near Woodward. To the west, convection along the Pacific cold front is intensifying as the front enters a more unstable air mass. Severe winds have already been reported with this line across the panhandles and will continue to be possible as convection continues to intensify over the coming hours. Given the strongly sheared environment ahead of this line, qlcs tornadoes will be possible, specifically in the vicinity of any northwest to southeast surges, where line normal 0 to 3 kilometer bulk shear values will be maximized to near 40 to 45 knots. Oh, you already knew all that. You're like, what? What did he just say? So, in layman's terms, I'll break it down for you. First off, let me check this storm again real quick. Nothing. Nothing but nothing. Good deal. Alright. If it hadn't done that little baby 2-minute tiny tornado, I would have nailed this thing, called it the whole dying and forgetting about it business, but it spat in my face there, that one scan on its way out the door, and that irritates me. Still watch it though for a little bit longer. It still broad weak rotation overall, mid-levels. Just doesn't have anything at the surface to say anything's going to happen. Okay, so what's going to happen? Alright, so what their discussion was, what it meant. So backing out here to show you. It basically said, it was earlier, it was talking about this storm and this storm. Okay, but it said as it moved into a less than favorable environment, aka here and here, that it should weaken. So in other words, only for the short term would these storms be something to talk about, producing potential tornado, right? Well, we already know this one died out. This one died out about the time they wrote that paragraph, so that was quick. And this one, of course, hung on a little bit longer, but it's going to die out here shortly too, because it's just coming in off the axis of instability, that gradient we talked about, which I can show you the latest gradient here in a minute. 033Z sounding shows that the low levels are pretty stable. Warm air advection is still ongoing, so thinking the squall line later this evening is still in play. They did a 3Z sounding? I could go check that out. The tornado warning is going to expire for Caddo County, by the way. So that means it's probably not going to be renewed. Okay, so that's that Fort Cobb area. Okay, so then the other discussion point was these storms out here should continue to build, that they don't expect anything new to develop out ahead of the line. Okay, so they think it'll stay quiet here until the line approaches, right? And as the line gets into this little air mass area and it starts to congeal, they do think that there will be a chance for some QLC type tornadoes. All right, well, that's kind of in this region here as we outlined with the short-term forecast earlier. So that's the most favored area for QLCS tornadoes. And then I couldn't rule one or two out as they came into this quadrant to I-35. But then after this area, they just done. Like the whole thing falls apart. But this isn't going to happen until late tonight. We're talking 4, 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning going through this section. Unless the line just happens to pick up a little bit of speed and steam. So the best shot at seeing a tornado or QLCS will be out here in the western third of the state again, back along this corridor of instability, which is running kind of like this, right? So this is a sweet spot. So the most favored area is going to be in this spot for that type of a thing to happen. But the whole corridor will turn with time to do more of a turn up, right? So it's going northwest now, but the instability will turn to the north with time as this entire line moves in from the west. So it will kind of ride this instability corridor for a while on into central Oklahoma. So even though it's kind of focused out northwest now, it'll shift east with time. Okay, so what does that look like? Let's do this. Let's go the newest model data. And then I'm going to see if there was a new sounding, because I didn't get to see it sounding. Alright, so it's got that little guy still hanging on, but it doesn't look like it used to. And they actually don't even have it in the right place anyways, but whatever. Alright, so models are funny. So there's that squall line out in the west. There's midnight. Alright, and then there's 1 o'clock in the morning. So again, favorable for some QLCS type tornadoes, little spin ups along the leading edge. You can see at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. So this run has this much weaker than the prior runs. It looks like it's already fallen apart before it gets to I-35, whereas prior runs had it just as it was getting I-35 falling apart. Which would mean maybe a little lighter case of storms for Oklahoma City at the early morning hours. Yeah, there's 5 a.m. So, okay, so this is what you should notice. So, look at our triangles, right, or wedges for shear. Remember, the bigger the wedge, more threat of a tornado. As they get closer to like this, less of a threat, and especially as they veer to the west, even more so. So there's 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. The windows are shrinking, the wedges are getting smaller. 4 a.m. See, for example, this isn't even a wedge anymore, it's just a line. These are barely wedges, barely a wedge, and they're kind of south-southwesterly. So your threat for a traditional type tornado is long gone between 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning with this. And even here, it's not ideal anymore. Still better shear out here, but nothing's going to happen out in eastern Oklahoma. So we become more just a severe thunderstorm type wind with could be these little spin ups along the leading edge of a mature squall line. It's 5 a.m. Let's see, that was the last time. So the good news is the severity should continue to go down. As this axis shifts with us, the instability axis, the wind speeds themselves become less favorable. So while it's still enough instability to keep some storms going, the wind becomes less favorable for tornadic development. So hopefully all that means is that any of the QLCS tornadoes that form out western Oklahoma here in the next few hours through about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, become so less likely for every half hour after that. What about Thursday? I don't know if the data's in for Thursday. Let's go see what's going on Thursday. All right, let's just see about the instability. All right, we know about it moving out tonight. It should return. All right, so it does return, but barely. This is Thursday night, 11 o'clock at night, as usual, right? What else is new? All right, so let's go with the forecast sounding to see kind of what the snapshot of what the atmosphere may look like here in central Oklahoma. Well, at least I thought we would. Let's try that again. There it goes. Okay, so for this, it says a marginal risk for a tornado because the low-level wind shear is very weak. It's only about 10 knots to the surface and 20 knots up to the first few thousand feet. And that's not very favorable. You need stronger winds with that. So the overall storm relative velocity is only about 120 meters per second squared. And you really need 200 or more. So probably won't see any tornadoes on Thursday evening if this model data is correct. So that's good. I'm sick of the idea anyways. All right, let's go. I want to see what that sounding looked like. If there was a 3Z, or maybe that was the 3Z. They may have just launched it late, so I guess that was it. Yeah. All right. Let's go back to our little storm, and I'm probably gonna kiss it goodbye here. Oh yeah, that thing's nothing. Yeah, it's so pathetic. It lost all of its rotation. Sure did. Good. See ya. All right, so that one's done. We can watch these guys up to the northwest, which right now there's only one tornado warning in Kansas, and that's up here in Dodge City. Just for fun, we'll see what that looks like on radar. So I'll load this radar site up. And while that's loading, we'll see what their storms look like on radar. Alright, that one looks pretty meaty. This little comet head curled to it, knuckled in. Oh, it just lost on the next scan. Still there though, that little guy right there. Yeah, see right here is where the tornado formed, and then they issued a warning for it, and then it moved to the northeast instead of east, northeast. That one dissipated, and then a new one is formed right here. So this is the kind of nightmare you have to deal with. Multiple development out of a leading edge of a line. These are the qlcs type tornadoes. Place marker here. And this is a EF1 tornado. So it's a small tornado, but remember when I told you kind of need these little values, higher color and then close to one another, like gate to gate. So this little pixel here is next to this little pixel, and each one of these have a higher value. And then they have surrounding values that get lower. But in this particular case, that would be the tornado. In this case, sometimes the algorithms do good at putting a triangle in there for you to say, hey, dummy, take a look at this if you're not paying attention. Now, they sometimes will put they put a lot of triangles on the map, and that has nothing to do with the tornado. They do get carried away, but they are good little, if you're not paying attention, indicator that something might be there. Take a quick look. So that's that little baby tornado. So try to warning there for Dodge City for that one. It'll dissipate within the next scan or two, though. It won't last, and they'll either keep a warning going in case new ones develop, or they'll cancel it. They'll have to issue a new one. But that's the nature of the beast when you're dealing with these leading edge on the line, these type of tornadoes, these little hybrid type systems. So there you go. That's how that's done. And then of course you got stuff down here in Oklahoma. I don't see tornado warnings on those. Yeah, nothing. So, just for fun, we're going to hang in there for another second because I want to see what it looks like on the next scan. Oh, it already jumps, and so that's the old position. This is the new position, so it jumped to the northeast. And it widened out. It got less tight. But it did hit something. See this blue? That's a debris signature. See, there's the prior one. So there was a debris signature on that prior scan. And the one before that, it didn't exist, so it didn't hit anything. So remember, here's your only clue, this little guy right here. And that's not much of a clue. It's a little notch. You're going to watch it, you know, it looks like it may do something, right? Well, you go from it may do something, and then 3 minutes later, oh, it is doing something. Look at that. So it developed between that might be developing to it's a full-fledged tornado, it's on the ground, and it's doing damage. And there's the blue color to prove it, okay? So there's how you're, if you're a radar meteorologist and you have to warn the public, you're looking at this and you go, what do I do? Because it hasn't formed yet, should I issue a warning and based off of a good assumption and academic guess that it's going to? Because you can get a lot of those little notches like that and not do anything. Well, you have to wait. So you wait. And all of a sudden, the 3-minute update comes in from the radar, bam, it's producing a tornado. And it's already causing damage. So it's hitting something. Now, we looked earlier, luckily out here, it's nothing. I mean, there's some shrubs and maybe some trees. At this point in time, looks like it may have hit, though, that could be a farmhouse, so it looks like it did hit something, so there's probably a farmhouse or something, so hopefully they're okay. But that's how you struggle at issuing a quick tornado warning when you don't have much to go on prior to. And then we go to the next scan, right? So you go to the next scan later, and it's jumped up to the north. This is another 3-minute scan. And the rotation's not as tight on radar anymore, but it's still carrying debris. Now, that could be debris in the air left over from its initial contact, and now it's just kind of expanding, starting to kind of float out. But regardless, that's still debris. So now you keep the tornado going, and you wait for the next scan. And you look at the reflectivity structure, and you're going, yeah, it's in the right spot. It's right here on this little notch. It's hanging in there. It's rotated in, and while you're looking at that, you have to see if there's anything else on this leading edge that's going to do the same thing and rotate back in. So you see a little weakness here, you think, well, maybe there's something out of that. So you have to watch and wait and see, right? And you keep the warning box going, not necessarily maybe because of this one, but because there could be another one that develops anywhere along this line. So you're protected because you already have an existing box going. So as a warning meteorologist, this is all going in your head while you're watching stuff, right? Okay, so the next scan will be coming in here in just another 30 seconds. It's downloading now. And we'll see what this little tornado did. Right now it looks like it's fading quickly in this scan. So we'll see what the new one does. It missed the update. This update was at 17 after. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes the radars will go through a status check or run a test in the middle of a scan, and so you might get some delayed data as a result of that. Okay, so there, new data came in, and it jumped from that red triangle now way up here. So what happened to our circulation center? Is it still there? So the circulation center is still there, but it's not necessarily gate to gate anymore. It's still more broad. It's over the wind speed is over now more of a stretched 1 mile area versus 100 yards or 200 yards, something like that. In exchange, you've noticed that big blue donut hole of debris. So in the prior scan, there it is. You go to the next scan, it's a lot less, right? And it's a little bit more kind of out now, just kind of disoriented and stretched out, and the value's a lot warmer in color, so less blue and now more orange and red, some greens in here. So that value has changed from a cross correlation coefficient of around a 0.4 or 5, wherever it was before, which is the lowest it goes when you have tornado debris, is now flirting with an 8 to a 9 to 9.5. And so that just means less and less debris being detected and more raindrops. So there you go. There's an example of where we had a quick tornado that in reality was only there for one scan. Right? Let's go back. So there's your tornado there. Remember before it was like, there might be something happening here, to there it is 3 minutes later. You go another 3 minutes, tornado's lifted, residual overall rotation in the area. There's probably a nice wall cloud, might even still be like a little funnel or something, or a rope cloud, a rope tornado or something, but the actual tornado itself doing the damage that crossed over the highway has lifted. That's all in 3 minute window. And then you go to the next scan, there's still a residual circulation there, but nothing's touching down. At least the radar is indicating that to be the case, and your debris signature has diminished. So it's not picking up anything new, it's just circulating some old stuff around. And then you watch this for another scan, which will come in 3 minutes, which our new scan should come in here just in probably about 30 seconds. And we'll see if it either resurrects itself or if it dies off. Now this is all northwest of Dodge City. So remember, Dodge City itself is under a tornado warning right now from a confirmed sighted tornado. But that was back when it was crossing over Highway 400. So this new one will come in. It is so slow to update. So they can get a radar to update every 2 minutes, 3 minutes, or 5 minutes. And it looks like these guys are on a 3 minute update window here instead of the 2 minute deal. Me personally, I would be on a 2 minute update window. I'd be cranking it. Because to catch these little QLCS type tornadoes, you need rapid updates as fast as you can get them. And that's where sometimes TV radars went out, because they can do those updates in a minute. And if they have it in a fast moving mode and it's within a metro area, they can have it really cranking to like 30-second updates or 20-second updates if they really wanted to. You could even do 10-second updates, but you lose a lot of quality data in that. It's too fast. But it's possible. That's the way I used to run it at Channel 5 here in Oklahoma City. So I designed all the radar scans for them back when I was working there. And I had what we call an F5 mode. So an F5 mode is where I cranked up that processor's, I just pushed it like a Maserati to pedal to the metal. Fast as it can go, best quality data, the fastest update. And I think I had that thing going at like 10-second updates. But it would only go out about, I think, 20 miles in distance. Had the PRF cranked up So we were getting nyquist velocity, I think, at, I don't know, maybe 60 miles per hour unfolded or something. I can't remember all the specific details. But it was great for doing very fast scans so that you had second by second updates, right? Because you want to make sure you're tracking that tornado per street corner as best you can, as fast as you can. Now, since I've left there, things have changed. But when I was there, that's how we ran it. I ran it in the ground. Anyway, the next scan finally did come in, and it took a while. It was a 3-minute scan, but it was delayed coming in. But that tornado's long gone. So this is the old circulation center. Doesn't even look half of what it did before. Here's the scan before it, and there's the scan afterwards. If we look for the debris signature in that mess, we'll see. My guess is here when it flips over, there won't be anything there other than what's left over from the last one, so it'll be even more diffuse. Yeah, you see that? Nothing. So it didn't pick up anything new, which means it hasn't been on the ground. So there you go. They're in the back. Right there was the last scan where it was doing anything at all. So that's an example of a life cycle of a short tornado when you've got a warning out. As a radar meteorologist, the Weather Service, when you're issuing these, you know it's not going to last, but you got to issue a warning, right? And you know that it's not even being an entirely different position than what you originally had it, because these don't behave on tracks like they would if they're a supercell generated tornado. These are much more chaotic in their movement because they're doing they're moving in a north and then northwest, wrapping around, all while moving northeast fashion, and so the movement on that is just completely nuts. So you draw a big box and you just try to catch whatever may happen. So there's an example of a Dodge City tornado warning broken down for you on how that works. Okay. So anyway, so that's that going up there in Kansas. And if you're saying, man, I wish you would cover storms up here or all across the country, because you can't get this anywhere else. You don't have a radar meteorologist at your fingertips, right? And I understand that, but unfortunately this doesn't pay the bills. So, hey, if it did, I would do it for you, right? Because I could then put food on the table, and I could retire at some point. But doing this pro bono with just gifts and donations, it's not like a full real-time paying job. But I do enjoy doing it, though, and that's why I do it. I like helping others. So this is one area I'm gifted in, and so I put this all together. Let's see, on YouTube, Michael Ward, awesome, says here, you're welcome as a top fan, so thank you for joining YouTube and subscribing. Glad to have you. So David, are you using the correlation coefficient to see debris? Yes, I am. Jody, I see you finally got on YouTube. I think that's the first time you've ever been there. Hashtag Team Tuttle. There you go. Wait a minute, is that Mohammed dude back? I thought I hid him. Or I may be able to see him, but you guys can't see him. I'm going to hide him again in case it's another account. So, there you go. Anyway. Alright, so that's the only tornado warning, by the way, in this line of storms. So I was just kind of covering that because I can. And let's just stick with it for a minute as another educational lesson. So we had a similar appearance like this in Oklahoma on Sunday night that moved from Oklahoma City into the Tulsa area, south of Tulsa. So what happens is on these kind of line echo wave patterns, it's like they're like mini squall lines, but they're broken in because it's a convoluted hybrid mess, right? You have what you like a mesoscale low on the back end of this section, and so that brings in draw this for you. That brings in air that flows around this feature back down in this direction to shove the line outward in a bow appearance. Okay? Well, when this happens, as this bow interacts with any little vorticity, in other words, vorticity is the area of spin in the atmosphere. It could be anything. It's a boundary you can't see with your eyes, but it's there. It could be a horizontal boundary, just vorticity is spinning like this, or it could be slightly vertical or tilted. But regardless, whatever little boundary, surface boundaries here, convergence lines, whatever it may be, that then gets pushed along this leading edge and then gets ingested toward the area of low pressure. And as it gets pulled in along this feature, think of it kind of like bouncing around and getting pulled and stretched in different directions. It ends up kind of starting to form a little micro tornado. And as it gets pulled into this more favored area right here, that's where it tends to just want to produce a little small tornado briefly. And it'll do it for a couple of minutes, and then it weakens because it's only designed to be a short-lived feature, and then it's gone. And then you look for another one, and this whole process repeats itself, and it spawns these little baby tornadoes that last for a couple of minutes. And then they do sometimes do a little damage, and sometimes they don't, depending on what strength they are. Most of them around EF0 or EF1. Every now and then you might get one that's a 2 or a 3, but that's very rare. But it can happen, and that's how those work. So if I were to go here and to look for anything, there's nothing out there right now. So what about this guy? No. So you just look. So you just constantly look up and down the line as a radar meteorologist, and you're just looking for something to warn on. And your finger gets hurt from all the scrolling and the clicking and the back and forth, and then you get tired. You're just like, ugh. And you have to do this. I mean, this is what you have to do. You're glued to your screen, and you're just going up and down, and you're zooming in, zooming out. And if you have a large line like this, you're going up and down the line. And your goal is to try to catch it at that one moment before it produces, so that you can at least get some type of 1 minute heads up. That's not a lot of time to act. Remember, you're on the other end, so you're the person that's trying to seek shelter, and you're like, well, that was fast. I'm like, yeah, because this is what you have to work with. It's like a whack-a-mole, and you're the last person to know about it. Mother Nature's not going to tip her hand to what it's about to do, but you're going to have to try to outguess it, right? So you have to look for little bitty signals that you can try to harp on to get a little bit of an edge. And like this guy here, like I first looked at it with, oh, it's nothing, but at the same time I'm going, you know what? That's probably the beginning stages of another one. It's not much to look at now, over right, but we'll see. It could spin up here over the next frame. And then there you go. That was my only tip-off, was just a little enhanced wind in that vicinity and a little of a notch from the rest of the flow. See, so here's the reflectivity structures like this, where you're just looking for, think of almost like a mini hook. You're just looking for a little something a little eddy that can get formed in that area. So if I go to the base velocity, I'm going, wow, that's a lot of outbound wind in this region. All I need is some teeny tiny little bit of inbound wind, and I've got me something. So I'll look at the different parameters here, and I've got so far no indications of this green or inbound wind on a small scale meeting with the outbound red wind. So I just kind of look and I go, okay, I'll just keep an eye on it, but so far I don't see anything. But it's got my attention because it's strong. And you can always look back at your old circulation feature, right, and see if this thing ever decides to re-crank up again. Because there's still generic convergence in this area, so it may not take much to have something come together real brief. And you have to look up from there. You got to look at this area and this area, and just look for teeny tiny little vortices rotating around within the storm. And then you got to be quick on the button that issues the tornado, because you have to draw your path. So you would have to say, okay, I'm going to estimate this tornado is going to go this direction. and then I gotta draw a bounding box that'll be like this in case it decides to move a little bit, and then out goes the warning. So that whole process could take, what, 15 seconds, 30 seconds, in addition to the time it took to find it, pinpoint it. And then out it goes, gets disseminated, and then the guys on TV get the warning, and then they read it to you. There's another 10 seconds, 15 seconds, if they're on top of it. And so all of a sudden, let's say there's a minute that's gone by that whole process, right? Well, if the whole tornado only lasts for a minute, you can see how it's a losing proposition at trying to get the word out in time. It's just, the system is not built or designed or made to handle these very well. And unfortunately, there is no good answer. So you just do the best you can, try to catch them. And you just look for little things and watch it like a hawk. So that's what I had to do on Sunday night, just to catch some of those. And it'll drain you. You get tired quick. So usually I have a couple of guys on shift, and they'll split it up. One guy will take one area, one guy will take another, or one, maybe they get up and go, okay, I got the next 20 minutes, 30 minutes, you take the next one, whatever they decide to do amongst themselves, however they have it scheduled in their office, whatever their policy is. But then sometimes you just have one guy that has to do it all. One guy's on the forecast desk, and one guy's on the radar desk, and he's doing what I'm doing. So back here, for example, I see two areas in which get my attention that I would watch for. These are little fingers, 1 and 2. They haven't done anything, but I would be watching it because that's where I see little eddies in the radar data. And then I'm still watching this one area here. See this big notch of wind, which, what is this value here? It's 55 miles per hour. So some straight line winds right here coming out. And I'm just going to watch, and I'm going to wait and see if it picks up an eddy on the leading edge and pulls it back into this little spot. And then if so, then I would issue a tornado warning. And actually, do you see what they did while I'm talking about it? This is a brand new tornado warning box, and look where they drew their line. See this yellow line? This is what they drew. So they were watching the same thing I was watching for the last couple of scans, and decided, you know what? We're going to take a proactive approach because of what can happen in 2 straight line winds can do as much damage as a tornado. And you'll have people go, well, I swear it was a tornado. We had all this wind damage. Well, what really happened was this pocket of wind came and slammed them at 60 miles an hour. This particular case looks like it's gone up to 70. So this is 70 mile per hour winds here. So if you look at your tornado strength, and we'll do this here, your EF0, what do you see? What are you doing? Get back off of there. Pull that back up. Okay, so what you see is EF0 is 65 to 85 miles per hour. So maybe you didn't get your little baby twisting tornado there, but you got straight line winds, which can do as much damage as a small tornado. It's a win-win, right? You beat Mother Nature. Technically, it wasn't a tornado, it was straight line winds, but you had a warning out, which included damaging wind, and that's how you do it. Alright, what happened to our little storm in Oklahoma? Does it do anything? Oh, it vaporized. It's a shower. Alright, it's a shower with a little pocket of wind, by the way. Just some, because when these storms die down, everything that goes up must come down. So there's a lot of momentum and energy that goes up there that's got to come back down the sky to ground level. So you'll get sometimes some gusty winds out of this, and could be a wind event, 60 mile per hour winds kind of a deal. All right, let's go back up there to Kansas, and then I think I'm going to sign off here. But in Kansas, that's what I'd be doing. What I just did, what I showed you for this storm here coming to Spearville. So if I was in Spearville, I say it could potentially produce a tornado if it gets a little vorticity spin, but if it doesn't, you still have the damaging winds, straight line winds coming at you. So be in your tornado shelters either way, right? Away from walls and windows. And that way you're covered. And that's it. Then I'd keep looking down south along the line for anything new. And then I have to sometimes switch radar sites because our radar's only good for a certain number of miles outward. and then you have to switch to a different one. Like this little batch here, you see this little S appearance? So I'd be watching this little area for potential wind doing something, some little vorticity spin ups. I don't see anything now, but that's what get my attention later as it develops. So you just look for little notches along the line, and you just watch them. Try to beat Mother Nature at her own game. But this is definitely the best one. Yeah, look at that. Here we go. See this? See this green? How it worked its way in there? Now the values of this green is very low. It's 16 miles per hour. But the outbound wind, like we said, is up around 72. So even though it's mostly one in one direction, there is some other wind coming back in a different direction. You have to factor in also storm movement versus the environment. So that's how you can get a quick little eddy on an otherwise area of straight line winds. So the north end of it ends up becoming a little bit of a baby tornado, so to speak. And there's the rotation algorithm kicking off on this little green box. And look at that. That red tornado turned into a purple box, did it? Or no? No, that's this thing, which is a probability with tornadoes 47%. But you can see how it gets your attention now, right? So that one little area we watched from all the way from the northeast side of Dodge City, each scan has gotten a little bit more interesting to look at. There's one up here that might try to do something, a little baby one, but it's weak. But that's what you kind of have to do. So if I was one of those TV guys in this area, this market, I don't know how they cover up their storms, but this is how I would have covered it live on the air. And now you can see the algorithms produced a triangle for basically a TVS, tornado vortex signature. And I would say, all right, we probably have a little tornado here, and then I would give you the street names. So this is Black Trail Road and 125 Road. And I say if you live in that intersection, take shelter. So I'm giving you a 1 mile radius of where this tornado was at to seek shelter. And then if you had, if this ended up being coming into a town, you can give little street names. But right now it's just farmland with no farmhouses. But that's how you would do it. And then you'd look for other parameters in here. We'd look for cross correlation coefficient to see if it's doing any damage. And as we just saw, there's nothing there looks like for it to pick up other than some dirt. But those are other products you would look to verify your idea of a tornado or damaging wind doing some damage. So the new update just came in. It just jotted more to the northeast. But if you look, how's that look? You see that big notch? So you see how it's curled all the way. Give me back my arrow. See how it's curled into this little notch? So it's like an arm, like an arm curling back in. So that's what you want to look for on the radar. And then in this case, because of the structure of the look of it, you don't pay as much attention to the inbound green velocity data. When you have a really strong outbound and you have the pattern, you go ahead and call this a tornado, because again, it's a different environment. Like I'll look at what the algorithms think the speed and stuff is for a tornado. So it's going an EF1 tornado, 52% probability. So there you go. And then if you look, they just issued a new tornado warning for it. So this new red box just popped up. And this is how you play the game. And if you look at the old track, it's over here. See the old yellow line? Well, that's not going to work because this thing decided to go up to curled more northward. And on these qlcs type tornadoes, that's what they do. They're erratic on their movement. So it's a lot of now term nowcasting, right? Basically 5-minute windows of track and notice and heads up. So you just keep saying the intersection of where they're at over and over. 226 Road, just crossed over. What road was this? B Road, B and 226, and then you draw like a little storm track for the next few minutes, and you alert the next few people in line, because it won't. Odds are it won't be that around that much more longer. Now this one is going to last probably a little longer than the last one that we tracked, because that was only a 3-minute tornado, and this one so far has been 3 minutes, and it'll maybe go another 3 minutes because it's oriented a little differently. Let's take a look here. But it has no cross correlation coefficient, so it's still not hitting anything. And so it's one thing to issue a tornado warning and see what's happening, right? Ooh, those winds have really picked up. That yellow, that's 104 miles per hour. Holy moly. That's insane. Okay, new update just came in. So again, you're covered because we had EF1 tornado is up to 100. What was our scale? Remember our scale? No, that's actually EF1 tornado is up to 110 miles per hour. So there you go. It's either straight line winds or up to 110 mile per hour tornado. And either way, you got it covered because you got your warning out. And you were ahead of the game because you sat there and watched it develop. You saw the signals, and you decided, I want to go ahead and be proactive. And so therefore you're on top of it. And you just have to do short little warning boxes because that'll change again. Alrighty, well I hope that was fun and educational, all that kind of stuff. Shannon goes, before you leave, I want to go over the metro again, Oklahoma City. Alright, because I'm done with Kansas, but if you guys, that's what I would do for you up there that I do here in Oklahoma. I just need more of me. So the problem is weather information is plentiful, right? You can get it anywhere and everywhere. It's free. So it's hard for you to want to pay to get that information. But what you don't realize is that you get what you pay for, even in the weather information department. So for someone like me who went to school for this, and this is what he does for full time at my government job, to do this full time on the side, that's my time, right? So everybody's time is valuable. And so you want to get paid for your time, because I could be spending my time doing what you guys do, right? Any other time, which is anything you'd want to do, anything you have an interest in doing, fun stuff, whatever, friends, family, social. And then if I give all that up to do this, then what am I left with, right? So then I have to budget my time as well and try to appease both sides. Help out just enough to be useful, but don't help out too much to where I lose myself and my time, to where I wake up one day at 70 years old and go, what have I done besides cover weather? You don't want to get in that deal. All right, let's go to the metro. Was the question for storms? Let's just use this model just to see how it does. I haven't even looked at it. We'll see what it does here. I'm sure it'll be similar. All right, so it's got that one that's working through our area now, which is, it has it way stronger than it really is. This already is out to lunch, but see what it does with the squalling up north and west. Let's see. I may not even like this model here once I'm done looking at it. 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m. Yeah, I don't like this model. Yeah, it probably has the right idea, though, weakening, so that part's good. Yeah, I could go with that. So pretty strong up through like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. And then by 4 it starts to weaken as it gets closer into central Oklahoma, 935. You'll probably still have some pockets somewhere of a little bit of wind, a little bit of hail, but they're not going to be anything like they were in the next few hours out west. All right, and then let's go to the HER model. We'll see how it looks. It's got the newest updated data with it. Okay, so again, it went a little excited about the current cell. Didn't really know what reality is, which is nothing what fantasy model is. Alright, there's 1 a.m., 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it's similar. It holds the intensity a little longer, which is fine. I can go with that. It's not that much of an intensity change. And it'll just be a line of thunderstorms in the morning, enough to cause some brief flash flooding, a lot of lightning. Like I said, there'll probably be pockets of little wind damage here and there, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and the hail should be pretty small, but there'll be pockets of that. And then the QLCS tornadoes stands for quasi-linear convective system, by the way, in case you're counting notes. Those are more favorable between now through about this point here, which is 4 a.m. After that, the wind shear is not really going to be conducive. So from the 5 to 6 a.m. when it starts to move into Oklahoma City and the rest of the central Oklahoma, we should not have them. I think it'd be more of a freak occurrence. So I'm not going to worry too much about it. I'm actually going to sign off here and probably not sign back on unless I just see something that just, you know, is really eye-catching up here around the Woodward area or something like that. Because it's going to be pretty late. Again, that's, what time is that? 1 o'clock in the morning? Yeah, I might even be asleep by then. Sorry, Woodward. You can use my weather app, though. AT's Weather to Go. Available on Apple and Google Play. And it will warn you of these little vortices. So it will give you a twisting storm alert. So you will get a notification from my app that there is a tornado coming your direction. Just don't put it on Do Not Disturb. If you do, have that my app override it. That way you don't have to worry about it. I also recommend getting a NOAA weather radio that you can program for your area. That'll definitely wake you up at night. It sounds like a bullhorn. So there's various ways to get your weather information at various times of the day. All right. I've been on since what, 6, I think. So about 5 hours. So I'm gonna go ahead and call it for now. I may or may not be on back later. I plan on not being, but 'cause I do plan on a slight weakening from what these storms are with time to hopefully below that level. Can't rule it out. Like you saw what happened in Dodge City. It could happen pretty quick. But we'll see how it goes. But meanwhile, I would appreciate you guys watching tonight, all your comments and your chats, and liking, sharing with your friends and family. And make sure you come back and see me again if we do any of this on Thursday evening. Hopefully not. Yeah, actually, I do hope to not cover this stuff. I really do, because that usually means tornadoes. I only cover tornadoes typically. So let's hope that we don't have to do that again. But we'll see. It is October. It's our mini severe weather season in this neck of the woods. Usually up to about the second week of November. And then we transition pretty quick to some serious cold weather shots. And sometimes we get snow. So we'll see what happens. All right, guys. Appreciate your help tonight, your support, your super chats, your Facebook stars, your signing up to be Facebook fan subscribers or Patreon or YouTube memberships, whatever it may be. I appreciate you guys doing that as well to help support what I do for you on the side to give you guys some safe advice. All right. Be good. Sleep well. Talk soon.